7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And Doug, today is a day, as we get ready for this Critical Brewers series, that I think it's important that this audience that has been so critical of Jackson Burkett, dating back to the Morning After's debut on 101 ESPN a year ago, but really when we came along with Balloon Party, that they pay homage to Jackie Papers for his call last night on James Cook over 66.5 yards.
Oh, forgot about
we
that.
love when we can give people sweat-free winners on this program, and that's what Jackson Burkett did. Did the man cover that by halftime?
Oh, yeah.
That's what we do. Jackson makes picks. You make money. Jackson makes picks.
You make money.
You make money.
Like 7 carries in, he got it.
You said 66 yards? Was it?
66.5. It went all the way up to 71.5 by kickoff.
You moved the market.
That's right.
He wound up with 108.
Yeah. Easy money.
Yeah.
Easy money. What was the spread on that game? Was it 11? Or was
11.5.
Ah.
And they won by 10.
So the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, which is probably an indication of why we're so successful, forgot about the game and didn't bet either.
Nice. Nice.
So I guess I saved myself the juice. Doug, do you call it the juice or the vig?
I don't usually know.
Because if I would have bet Jackson's James Cook play and the Bills minus 11, 11.5, 12, Anthony Stalter had it at 12.5 on the FanDuel spread zone, so I guess it moved down. We would have lost the, as Doug calls it, vig. So in that sense, saved money. But Jackson, I assume you have doubled your. Are you able to bet your trust fund, or how does that work?
I bet the whole bankroll on that James Cook play.
Wow,
Did you really?
wow.
Yeah. We're healthy
Did
going
you bet
into
did you really bet the
everything
roll?
that was in my account, yeah. And I was healthy coming out of last week's college football. So
That was 134,000, 134,500.
Look at you.
I don't want to, say exact numbers, but yeah, it's in that ballpark. Put it all on that James Cook play. And now for this weekend in college football, we can really have
Would you
some
like
fun.
to release a play for everybody?
Let me think on that.
Perfect.
Okay. Gotta do some show prep.
I have some ideas.
Why don't you tell us your ideas?
I kind of thinking
They're
Auburn.
pre-revenue at this moment.
Yeah.
Kind of thinking Auburn.
Are you like Wardam?
I kind of like Wardam. I see you're going to have to give me a little bit.
I think Oklahoma might be about to relive the Barry Switzer days.
Yeah, they're getting 7.
John Mateer, Heisman Trophy winner. If Bo Heisman isn't the Heisman Trophy winner.
Hello, Bohai.
Yeah, we'll see. Tulane's getting 13.5 at Oxford. Also kind of interesting. Not sure how good Ole Miss is.
Okay.
Wow, Hottie Toddy takes a shot. Hubbard Marty was heading down that way this weekend.
Yeah, 2:30 kick at Oxford's probably about as good time as you can have in the SEC.
How do you do?
Yeah.
How do you do?
Has anybody
Doug?
been to Ole Miss?
I have
Everybody
not.
talks about it.
Got to get there. Missouri will be playing them in Oxford within the next either next year or the following year. They're going to announce the SEC schedules and the 3 permanent opponents on Tuesday.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
At Ole Miss is where Jeff Ablin changed his name, and then like a year later, the girl said, "Hey, Clay's here, Clay Stryker." And
Clay Stryker, who wants that Texan box name?
I believe he had to kind of own that he may have been using a fake name. I'm sure I'm getting the facts wrong. Ablin, call in. If you're available at
I would like to hear
704.
him. I would like to hear him. He has a wonderful voice.
I believe Frank loved that story because he always called him Clay Stryker. I don't know all the details. I believe it involved being at Ole Miss and trying to just roll big for a weekend, and he was Clay Stryker.
But then he went into the investigative journalist business where he coined the phrase, "Bam, gotcha."
Yes. That would have been a better name than Clay Stryker here with the local authorities.
Annual, not permanent, Tim. Doug, that's from Just Don't
yeah.
Press Push.
Yeah, that's different. Who do you think Mizzou will get?
Arkansas is a 5-star play.
Okay.
Oklahoma, and I think the team we're going to see in Columbia, Missouri tomorrow night under the lights. LaNorris and his Heisman. And this is 3 Heisman winners we've given out in the first 5 minutes of the show. Bo Heisman, John Mateer, and LaNorris Sellers. They're going to split it for a 3-way, which reminds me my birthday is a week from tomorrow. And I hope that the show has some things lined up
You want a big party?
I mean, isn't that the right thing to do? Didn't Iggy call attention to his 25 years in radio or something like that? And was mad that nobody, so the sales staff brought in a cake for him.
He was stunned that no one realized he'd been in the business.
It's my birthday in 3 days.
Right, take a listen to that.
I really enjoy when media members tweet out their anniversary date at work. I don't know what day I started at Fox. I really don't. But people
I didn't even know that was a thing. I thought it was some personal news, ... That's Jackson's favorite. If Jackson had a code word, if he were like the president, his code name, Martin, would be some personal news.
Yeah.
He loves when a ball writer writes that, some personal
Is
news.
that when they just got let go, but they're on to the exciting next chapter?
Yeah, it's usually like when they go from covering like AA baseball in some small town to AAA or a
so
different
they're
sport.
moving up.
Yes.
Okay.
Or yeah, sometimes moving up, but I wouldn't say it's a giant step up. It's always some personal news.
Doesn't it seem to just be the media types that celebrate themselves in such a way? I mean, you ever hear somebody say, "This is my 25th year with the accounting team"?
Maybe on LinkedIn, but not on Twitter, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, Jackson says that LinkedIn's a septic tank.
It's just the humble brag city.
Is it really? I thought that's what
yeah.
Facebook was. I thought that's what Instagram was.
Yeah.
Maybe all of it?
Yeah.
It's basically people posting their resumes. And
Yeah.
your resume is kind of a humble brag.
And accomplishments at work.
Yeah.
You know, just completed this project with the team. So excited to continue
This project.
working
Do you guys
with this
get a Mizzou
incredible team.
alumni magazine? Is there a
I don't
Yeah.
think I would get it just
I
because of the
do.
8 credit
Yeah.
hours.
like a quarterly or?
I get an email.
And does you get an email? You don't
You get a
want it.
DM from Gabe.
Yeah.
They know Doug
That'd
can't
be
open
better.
the email, so they send him his own. They only make one copy, and it's for Doug, so he doesn't have to go online. But in the back, does it list notable accomplishments from alumni?
Yeah, it used to anyway.
And it would say their graduation year. And there's always the guy who just got named assistant to the assistant manager. And you're like, oh, okay, great. In the back of the Mizzou one, John Hamm wins Oscar. The next guy's like assistant car sales manager in DeSoto, like, which is great.
That's right. Doug, we don't want to job shame.
No,
Never.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that.
That's
Especially
sitting here.
considering what we're doing.
Yes.
Tim, Doug, how do you pronounce this? VICIA?
VICIA. Vicia?
Okay, whatever that is, was incredible. Hashtag bless. That comes from Bano.
What does any of that mean?
Jackson, is that a film?
Vicia? No.
I mean, Movie Boy should know. Goodоrbad.com.
it's a-
Chairman should know.
It's a restaurant. It's a
Did we
restaurant.
discuss this? Am I starting to experience some kind of short-term memory loss?
Looks to
I don't think
be
so.
Forest Park Avenue.
You were talking about
West Endish.
Kabuto
Yeah.
yesterday.
Kabuto.
Kabuto.
Can't get in.
Yeah, looks like a new American restaurant.
New American restaurant.
And where
brother.
is it? In Vegas or here?
It's in St. Louis,
Okay.
kind of just north of Clayton, just south of Forest Park Avenue.
Sounds like Hughes City.
Yeah. It's a sleek eatery for local seasonal cuisine, highlighting vegetables and sustainably raised meats.
Okay, I don't like the term sleek eatery.
What about sustainably raised meats?
No.
That seems, you know what that screams? Farm to table.
Yes.
It screams a marketing guy trying to dress up what they're feeding.
Why do
like
you-
the food is that much different than every
Feeding.
other restaurant.
Why do you hate an inviting atmosphere?
Open floor plan.
Sleek eatery.
Doug, Messiah's fire. That's from Raider Greg.
All right. This is the first
pricey.
time hearing about it.
It's pricey.
It is pricey.
Yeah, it looks like it. But it's like one of those places where it's.
What's in the menu papers?
Yeah, what do we got?
What do we
It
got?
looks like a gnocchi is in there.
Doug, you like a good gnocchi?
There's a gnocchi involved.
Okay.
GNOCCHIO?
I'm
Yeah.
going to go GNOCH.
I bet there's two C's.
I think there's two C's.
If there's a K sound, there's probably two C's.
Maybe there's no H because that double C in Italian can make that sound. Boy, this is going to be
There's
fun.
an H.
What if papers
Two
mispronounces
C's
it?
and an H.
Two C's
Martin, I
and
think
an
you
H.
shipped it.
It
Wow.
looks like a lamb gnocchi.
Fat guy got the food right.
Looks like a good menu.
So you're going to go.
Eggplant schnitzel.
Oh.
Now Doug's mad.
Do you like a good sleek eatery? This place isn't sleek. We're out of here.
And a corn custard.
Now Doug's really mad.
Okay.
Corn custard.
Well, we let this one text really get us off track.
Oh, it was
We
interesting.
got a dossier. We have a direction. It's
No,
just
I
that
don't-
we got a cool text.
Yeah, I figured it was a film. Turns out it's a restaurante. Stiefel dossier, Joey Vitale, friend of the program. Eat your mushrooms now, 8:15. And then the Colonel at 9 o'clock. Colonel's got a late-night post-game show tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, brother. They're going to be having libations all day in Columbia, Missouri, and then come around 11:15 tomorrow night on YouTube. Gabe is going to hear from him, Doug, and he's going to hear from him real nice
would
like.
think so.
And his new rider, Cody, and everybody likes his mustache. He's going to hear from him, and he's going to hear from him real nice like. Can't wait for the post. I'll be driving back from Columbia on Sunday morning with the family. Shut up! We're listening to the Colonel. Don't talk back there. We're listening to Colonel.
Dad, I really need to pick.
We're listening to Colonel.
I think Gabe ought to be allowed to drink if it's a late night show like that, especially with the level of callers.
I agree with you.
He's enjoyed a cold beverage before
Has
during
he?
a post game. Yeah,
Okay.
Good for the Colonel.
a lot of Mizzou basketball post games because they're late. Those are usually late. Yeah, he's sponsored by beer, so
Colonel's joining us at 9 o'clock. And then you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. And Martin, last week, a lot of controversy surrounding the drops of the week. Jackson was back up in Chicago again. First Chicago and first Friday in September. I think that Jackson has not been in Chicago as we kind of monitor that 670 the score job offer and the negotiations. I think at this point, Jackson's representation has come back with their third counter. Is that fair? Is it the third counter?
it's third or fourth.
You demanding parking?
Yeah, parking.
That's a big one.
Yeah,
Car service, town car,
exactly.
Escalade SUV.
Yeah, a
Tinted.
private theater to watch Gabe's post game.
Respect that. And last week, the drops of the week initially were in some mystery file. Then they were found, and candidly, they were abrupt.
Yeah, that's my bad.
It was a parking lot show, wasn't it?
That
Frog
was
Daddy was leaning on the horn.
I Wednesday I did a full sweep of drops to put in there, and then usually I do a Thursday as well to finish it off, and I didn't do that, and that's on me.
No.
Well, I have drops of the week this week, and they're solid.
All right.
Great call, Papers, on the Cook rushing total last night. Thank goodness we were being saved from video poker. Otherwise, I would have made money on it. That's from the Kirkwood Frontenac Bi-City area layman.
Yeah, it's a damn shame is what it is.
You can always find your high school bookie over there at Fox, or you can bet offshore. I think I'm in Antigua, Doug, and it's not Antigua. I would say Antigua, but it's Antigua. Yeah.
Okay.
Got to deal with Bitcoin and get my money on there. Hope that the cartel doesn't hack into my account and steal it.
Bet some,
Do you actually
bet some more
have
soccer.
Bitcoin? Do you have any Bitcoin?
Yeah. I mean, it only because it's the currency that I have to use in order to wager illegally. Is the statute of limitations up on that if I just said it 30 seconds ago?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think you're good.
But people cycle on and cycle off,
That's
so you should
right.
repeat that in the 8 o'clock
Yeah,
hour.
just to check back in the Fisher window and door store.
Starting to think nothing gets done. We approved gambling in this state a while ago, and it's just kind of, we'll get to that. And then we
Depends
have all
on
this
video poker.
NFL
One
money,
guy.
and we'll get to that. Does anything get done, Doug?
Not very quickly, that's
Okay.
for sure.
You
Not
can
very
text on what you're not planning to do today. 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in. Air Comfort Service text inbox. 314-399-9646. And then, of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, tell me if you're feeling the same thing. Today was the first time I've woken up in 2025, went outside to come in here to Hubbard Radio St. Louis and thought to myself, fall time is here.
Yeah, because it was dark.
Dark, a little cloudy and rainy, leaves all over the place. Were there storms overnight?
Yeah.
Yeah, in some places it rained.
Well, I know it rained, but were they storms?
There were storms.
They were storms, really. Boy, my pills work magic. I don't know what the hell's going on around me. But yeah, I was like, okay, fall time is here. LaNorris is here. Fall time is here.
Won't bother me as much this year because I got rid of that damn river birch in my front yard. The tree from hell. Roots growing above ground. Nice. Took a big crack out of my driveway. Something's falling year round. If it's not green pollen balls and it's little white wing things that fall, and we go a week without rain in the summer, and then it feels like fall. I got leaves everywhere. I got leaves in the car, in the house. I just had people come out and take that thing right down to the stump. And boy, my fall is going to be a lot better.
I like to hear that.
Don't ever get a river birch. Holy smokes, tree from hell.
Oh.
I don't like shrubs either.
Well, shrubs are better than this damn river birch.
Not in 2025. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Doug, that's Seth Goldcamp. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Sponsor of the email today, and the longest running sponsor on TMA going back a decade. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. We got all kinds of stuff here. I don't know if 4 hours is enough.
Yeah.
Matt Holliday was mad at you for only doing 2.5 hours yesterday. He was holding you accountable.
I texted Red Jacket a photo that the chairman found, and it was Matt Holliday carrying a backpack.
No.
And so I said, hey, look at this, fella. Nothing.
What was his response?
Nothing. Chairman found it immediately when the backpack topic was brought up. He shot over a photo, and it was, now granted, Matt's younger than me, and it was a photo from even a while ago, so he was even younger, so maybe more age appropriate, but he didn't respond. I guess he was protesting that I left.
His silence speaks volumes.
Yeah, thank you.
Doug, that's what you say when somebody doesn't respond on social media.
Your silence
is
speaks
deafening.
volumes.
Yeah, it's
All
great.
Got owned.
What age is too old to carry a backpack?
Well, Matt seemed to think I can't carry a backpack. I think the skipper, I told Jackson this, LaRussa would carry it around after games. I remember leaving in the NLCS, walking across Shea Stadium, and he's carrying an old backpack. Comes in handy. Whatever, Matt.
Okay.
We'll do this offline, but I do think your silence is deafening.
Nice. That's what you got to do. Maybe I'll tweet that out. But for the most part, my Twitter account is a GIF depot. So we got Joey Vitale. That's at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. He's presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Joey Vitale, presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Got the drops of the week. Hopefully a little lengthier than last week. Hopefully findable.
Mm-hmm.
I love the fact Jackson's mom is the reason we found the drops last week.
Correct.
She knows the burner file that Jackson hides these things
We're a
in.
well-oiled machine. Jackson's mother, listening to the show, thankfully, then lets us know where KG can find the drops.
Yeah. Bad on my part.
Do your parents listen to the show because you're on the show, or do they enjoy the show?
My dad's been listening since the beginning, very beginning. My mom wouldn't listen unless I was on. No offense.
Did they come with you when you had the interview to try to get the job here?
Yeah.
Met with Hadley?
It was me, Gangster Pete, my parents, and John Hadley.
That's like the Goodwill Hunting Ben Affleck interview.
Retainer.
Yeah, except the grift was on the other side of the table.
Precisely.
carry your son. We do need a deposit.
I'll never-
Deposit for a job? Here's a little debit card, and I'll keep good tabs on that.
I'll never forget him staring Pete in the eyes and saying, "Is he ready to take the keys?" And Pete reacting similarly to Tim and saying, "Yeah, he's fine."
He's fine. Ready to take the keys.
Doug, what a choice we all made at 18. Get involved. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in, call in, be a friend of the feather. Maybe we'll even let Pestis on. Chairman Kurt texts me every day.
Sure.
He's on the...
Oh, I miss him.
Well, he at this point, his prediction of the Cardinals winning, I think, 95 games looks like it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he wants to take responsibility for that. So we'll allow him to do that. 314-974-0101. Ladies tend to call in on Fridays, too, so we welcome the ladies to call in now that this show is such a heavily female-listened-to program. Of course, you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com as well. And then talk it over with other TMA listeners, youtube.com/TMA STL. Vinny Barbarino's talking to Joseph Denicola, who's talking to Kitty Bates, who's talking to Too Fat to Kayak, and they're all in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The program is called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
I don't care who the QB is. You do yours, drink or do his. Gonna whoop your asses and get it did. We'll do it on the iron they call grid. What you got for us, SEC? No cred, no props, what'll it be? Try to hold down those tiger paws. We'll smack you so hard you'll be eating with a straw. Go ahead and keep putting us down, but just look out, we coming to your town. Ain't gonna be there for a social visit. Gonna smack those chops. Yeah, boy, hit it.
It's not a social visit.
The city of LaNorris Sellers upgraded to probable now for the game against Missouri.
I think I switched that question.
Now he is probable.
About 30 seconds.
We've been enjoying the great. Is this a Rogers and Hammerstone?
Yeah.
Is Rogers and Hammerstone responsible for all the
No.
beats?
No.
There's other artists?
He has a listener named Michael who was.
Doug, listener named Michael.
He's so big, he just has one name.
That's like MJ.
Michael.
Yeah. He's also provided some quality tunes.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Rogers and Hammerstone. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program also airs on YouTube. And Mesfin is asking for a Kings update.
Los Angeles or Sacramento?
Doug, your pick. Dealer's choice.
Let's go Sacramento.
Well, of course, light the beam.
Light the beam.
Of course.
Greatest Sacramento King. Is it Chris Webber? No. There's probably a Vlade Divac? No.
World beat? No, that would be a Clipper. I was going to say world be free.
Or a Warrior, maybe.
Well, we'll talk more Kings. That's an 8 o'clock hour thing on the Stiefel dossier, so we got to be really careful because this thing's so mapped out. 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in. 314-399-9646. Save these numbers in your phone, and then the next thing you know, you're a friend of the show. And you're getting involved, and you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Professor Roy Hinckley's talking to Doug's Hole Inspector. And the TMA remote lamp. Doug, you were talking about LaNorris is now probable to play. The number is changing down in Columbia. It's dropping. Jackson, are you worried that you're about to witness Missouri as a double-digit favorite lose under the lights and all this positive momentum blown up before the UMass showdown?
Nervous, no. Excited to see what they look like against an SEC opponent. And I'm glad to hear that LaNorris Sellers is going to play. I think that's or is at least probable to play. I think it's a good thing for Mizzou, face another guy like him, because we know there's going to be a lot of quarterbacks out there who like to move. And if you can get the more experience against guys like that, the better, I say.
Same idea when Alabama comes to town. You want them winning, right? You want to see them kind of at their premiere.
You want Alabama to beat Georgia. You want Alabama to beat Vanderbilt. And you want Alabama to be number 5-ish in the country. I think that would probably be realistic if they beat Georgia and beat Vanderbilt, assuming Vanderbilt is undefeated. Vanderbilt, Georgia State on their, I guess you'd call it dossier this weekend.
Producer Joe's alma mater.
That's correct.
It's their UMass.
Home of the ankle tat.
But I'm saying, as a fan, don't you want to beat the opponent at their highest level?
Amen, brother. Yeah, and I'm excited if he does indeed play, because that was one of the reasons why I booked the hotel low so many months ago, because I am so high on this guy. And I think he'd be the first one to say, even before he got knocked out of the game against Vanderbilt, that he was not playing similarly to the level he was playing at last year, for the most part. I know he got hurt against LSU, but for the most part, I mean, LaNorris Sellers is the reason why Missouri lost that game last year. So if he does play, I'm excited to see him play. And Martin, speaking to your point, yes, you want your wins against teams to come when they are at their best.
But you don't want him to get so healthy that he comes in and beats Mizzou.
I still don't know what the hell his injury was.
I thought it was a concussion.
Well, then this is interesting if he's going to play, just from the math standpoint.
Yeah.
What did they ever officially just said? Head injury?
They never said anything, I don't think.
Yeah, he got hit in the head as he passed.
But if you look at it, it was a helmet to helmet, which is why was it Logan Patterson of Vanderbilt was hit with targeting?
Yeah.
You won't be playing that Monday. Sellers walking out with the win. That's from the Gray Summit Grey Goose Guzzler.
Oh, no, Jackson.
I'm taking receipts. I'm taking receipts. Let me and Drink are writing that down.
Jackson, what do you say when people come after Missouri? You say keep that same energy?
Keep the same. I mean, the same thing happened when they played Kansas. Everyone's saying, it's going to be so funny when Mizzou loses to Kansas. You guys come in Monday, it'll be the best show ever. Didn't happen, so.
Now you're kind of bitter.
Well, it's kind of like a magic trick. You make that moment disappear.
Is that why you were talking about Doug Henning the other day?
Oh, yeah.
Onboarding piped in the show, and there was a Doug Henning reference, and then everybody kind of started Googling greatest musicians. And
Yeah, sports radio consultants say if you can do one Doug Henning segment a week, you're doing the right thing.
Did he have big buck teeth? Ken?
Pull a quarter out of your listeners' ears.
It's just that he's the hot topic around the country right now. Doug Henning. He's the guy everyone's talking about.
What year do you think Doug Henning died?
How about 97?
Not bad, 2000.
Okay.
He was only 52. He was born in Winnipeg.
Doug, look at Gamecock Will 69's Twitter. It's from Big Steve. Weren't we told to look at this guy's Twitter earlier?
I just don't like to be told what Twitter to look at and what Twitter to not look at.
That's Gamecock Will 69 got today, this guy.
He's the one who had the claim that Mizzou and their players were on a dog walk, dressed as dogs.
Nice.
But we can't verify that.
We can verify that it wasn't them.
Oh, okay.
It was some screwballs in Europe somewhere.
Screwballs. I like screwballs.
That's who it was.
That's when your uncle's mad at the kid. You screwballs, knock it off.
And stay off my lawn.
Tim, the biggest issue with sports betting in Missouri is not being able to live bet. It's a pure disaster. That's from Harrison's brother Master. Jackson, have you heard anything about that? I haven't heard that.
One more time.
Tim, the biggest issue with sports betting in Missouri is not being able to live bet. Pure disaster. It's from Harrison's brother Master.
So that's going to be a thing?
I had never heard that.
I
What a
hadn't heard that.
strange thing for the government to restrict.
Right. Like, I know in Illinois you can't bet Illinois college teams. Like, you can't bet
Can't bet ILL
Right.
tomorrow against the Hoosiers, getting
Right.
5.5.
Which is, like, annoying, I guess, but not, like, the worst thing. But if you can't live bet in Missouri, what a bad beat that would be.
For the first time ever, Martin, I'm going to ask Harrison's brother Master to text in and follow up on that.
Yeah, if
Or
we
call in,
source
fella.
that.
Yeah. You think Harrison's brother Master would call in?
No.
Okay.
No, I do not. But I'd be curious to see what his source is on that, because if that is the case, that's a real topic.
I thought about getting Master's brother Harrison on the show. Just 'cause
Harrison
he's
Bader.
been on a little bit of a heater, and he's
Yeah.
fun to talk to. And to see if he could out his brother, Master.
What do we got here? Papers on your college football audio. Anything of note?
Not, I wouldn't say college football. Well, actually, yes.
Oh.
The game day is going to be in Miami.
Yeah, it wasn't. I don't think it was what they really wanted.
No.
I don't think deep down they really wanted to come to Columbia, Missouri for South Carolina either. But I think if South Carolina was undefeated and LaNorris Sellers was healthy, game day was going to be in Columbia tomorrow.
Right.
Since that didn't happen, they're going, oh boy, what do we do? And now we're going to be 45 minutes away from campus in whatever that is, Hollywood, Sunrise, Florida, wherever the hell Hard Rock is.
I think Miami Gardens, right?
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Doesn't that sound like a retirement home? Miami Gardens.
It's not optimal. It's a weird location. That's where game day will be. But, Doug, St. Louisans will know the celebrity guest picker for game day tomorrow. Take a listen.
Oh, really?
Hey everyone, this is Matthew Tkachuk here of the back-to-back Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. I am so excited to announce that I will be this weekend's College Game Day guest picker when College Game Day comes down here to South Florida. This is our territory, but this weekend, it is all about the U. I am so pumped for this in-state rivalry game. The energy is going to be electric, and I can't wait to see you all Saturday.
Matthew Tkachuk.
One of the faces of the NHL. It's unbelievable. He just in the last 2 years, once he got out of Calgary, he just in that team, obviously in Florida being great, but his personality, it's just all been, it's front and center, his style. It's unbelievable how he has just blown. We knew he was going to be good, but I think he's just become a star in the last 2 years.
And I think, I'd be curious, like Walter probably wouldn't want to talk about this on air, but I think he's got everything going. You have the team success. You have the personal success, which, of course, in part is tied with the Panthers' success, but also the U.S. and the four nations. And then also, I think one of the things that he didn't enjoy, which I think is one of the reasons why he may not have been interested in coming to St. Louis, is the microscope that you're under in Calgary as a member of the Flames. You can be a hockey player in South Florida and have some semblance of anonymity, even if you're part of a Stanley Cup champion team. It's just not going to be the focal point for many members of that community. And then you got the year-round weather. Doug, you got the tax situation there versus Canada. And he gets to live just an optimal life. I mean, tip of the cap. What else could he ask for?
I guess better health. He's not going to be able to play until sometime in December. He's still battling that sports hernia and torn adductor muscle. So that was a pretty serious injury, I guess, because that's been a while.
He grinded through to hoist the Chalice back-to-back years.
Yeah.
And the year before they won, when they were at the finals, remember he had an injury? Was it the first year he was in Florida? He had some kind of injury that he played there, maybe something with the knee, and they announced it, of course, after the playoffs ended. But he's been beat up and played through it.
Are you
also extremely polite.
Are you serious? You guys walked right over Jackson's editing on the college hike and the puck hitting the post? That's a huge miss, boys. Great job, Jackson. That's from the X in Espresso.
Okay, I did hear both. So you made an extra edit.
I did.
I missed it. Could you just tee that up real quick? So Kachuk gives his announcement, and then you combine football and hockey.
Yeah, we should have paused for that to celebrate.
Yeah, it was very special.
That is pretty cool.
What's the thought process again for not being in Bloomington for U of I? And
They were there
because they were there last year. Yep.
But that eliminates them. So if they try not to go back year to year.
I think that is part of the decision-making process. Unless it is a game that is so damn good, you can't avoid it. Reese Davis, for example, who, if I'm not mistaken, I know he's an Alabama native. I don't know if he's an Alabama alum. But he says, sometimes we got to kind of get them going in Tuscaloosa because we're there so often
that makes sense.
It isn't a big deal. So they were just in Bloomington last year. And to me, the obvious one would be if you're looking at Florida versus Miami as opposed to Illinois versus Indiana, it's clearly Illinois versus Indiana. But, and again, a part of that is Hard Rock Stadium's location. If that stadium was on campus in Miami, it's a different deal. It's about 40 minutes away from campus, I think.
Right.
Traffic can always be a factor there. So I think, Martin, the answer is they were there last year.
He did go to Alabama, by the way.
Did he?
Muscle Shoals High School and then Alabama. I do like when they go to a Marshall or a Tulane or whatever, when they do that, take the big show to a school that never gets that. And that's when the fans are really fired up. You don't have to force it. I'm surprised Drink hasn't mentioned this yet. At some point, like if the Bama game comes up and it's not a game day and they're both rolling, I could see him mentioning that. Well, I guess it's not big enough for game day. I could see that potentially being in his playbook.
The issue on that one is, unlike this weekend, you've got some really good games on October 11th. Doug, what do you call it? I don't know if you can call it the Red River Shootout anymore. And if I did just say that,
that's offensive.
Because the word shootout,
I'd like to apologize.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to take some time away and go to Las Vegas and sit in a hotel room by myself and gamble on the Ryder Cup.
Oh, I'd like to say something offensive. If it means you get time away.
If you want to distance yourself, and this is a good time to exit, just like during the holiday interview.
Grab my backpack here. I think Doug might be serious.
No, I don't have anything teed up. I just thought if it means you get a vacation
I see.
to Vegas. Yeah,
so Ohio State is at Illinois the same day, Missouri, Alabama. You also have LaNorris heading to Baton Rouge. My guess is it'll be a night game, amazingly. Georgia goes to the Plains to take on Wardam. Indiana goes to the Autzen Zoo to take on Dante's Ducks. And I felt like there was another big one that was lurking out there. Point being, there's some more competition. Michigan, USC, all of that might lose its luster.
I'm saying at some point, Drinkwitz could bring it up. Maybe if it's the Bama week, maybe it doesn't make sense. But if it's the A&M week, I could see it bothering him at some point if they keep winning.
And I think the 11 o'clock kickoff is a negative for it.
Yeah. Big negative.
Don't you think so? For game day? Because then you don't have the atmosphere on the quad unless you then set up in stadium.
And they wouldn't do that. They would do it. The columns and the quad is a perfect spot for game day. That's exactly where they'll go. That's why I thought this week would be like a no-doubter. But
well, it was going to be.
Yeah, then South Carolina.
You got South Carolina getting stomped and LaNorris Sellers health questionable.
Yeah,
it's a crap game. And we got to be honest here, it's two middling programs at this point relative to the other ones, relative to Florida and Miami. It's, as a Missouri guy, I know Missouri people hate me saying it, but
How about this headline? Reese Davis defends College Game Day's controversial Miami pick.
Oh, wow.
He was on with Stugatz and Company, which is part of the Lebitard group, I guess. Offered a detailed look at how these weekly destinations are actually made. The process starts with finding compelling storylines, Davis said, but it's not as simple as picking the highest ranked matchup. because people pointed out to Illinois, Indiana. He said, we want to find the best storyline of the week. A lot of times people look at that and say it always has to be the game between two teams that have the highest ranking, if you have ranked versus ranked games. But it's a little bit more than that. Look for storylines, what's compelling, where have you been factors into it. Also because we had not been to Oklahoma for Michigan, Oklahoma, then certainly Jackson Arnold returning would have been compelling. In other words, they were just there.
Right.
Miami presented multiple angles beyond just 3-0. Davis still has the Hurricanes ranked third on his personal ballot. Have you checked his personal ballot?
What is Reese Davis's personal
I
ballot?
think he's got Miami third.
He says Miami has multiple storylines.
That's what he's saying.
Is it just being good again? Is that
Miami's the place to be this week, Davis said. They've looked really, really good. You got that aspect of it. And then the last two games that Florida has played have been really disastrous. First, from a self-inflicted wound to the penalty standpoint, and the loss to USF. So he's basically saying because Florida's bad.
because they're bad? They get.
I think, I didn't hear it.
I mean, maybe he wants to say but won't say.
We didn't have
Billy
many
Napier-
options.
Yeah,
well, there's that.
might
Billy
get
Napier
fired on
death. I
the
mean,
field.
the fact of the matter is it was coming to Columbia, Missouri if South Carolina doesn't lose like that.
Right.
And LaNorris Sellers doesn't get hurt.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
That's just it.
I get it. But Florida, they're just going off of Florida's Q rating because they have been terrible.
Davis also pointed to Miami's 2017 game day experience as evidence the Hurricanes know how to put on a show.
And that number's only 9.5. Interesting.
Which one?
Miami, minus 9.5.
On the FanDuel spread zone, the Tam Avenue Capital Partners have taken the Florida Gators.
Gonna say it's a lean into the stink play.
Oh.
Well, if Miami's as good as
5 interceptions is a mathematical outlier, and they still were in that game.
and LSU's defense might be tops in the country or one of the.
I'm not sure, but here's who are you sure about at this point in the season?
Can't be.
I don't know. I really don't know who you can go. And of course, sure is a relative term, but who is your highest confidence that a team is great at this moment?
Georgia, I guess.
Okay, well, we wouldn't be saying that if a guy
For sure. For sure.
So that's the difference. So I don't know. I suppose, but Notre Dame is 5 seconds from being 2-0 with wins over A&M and at Miami.
That's really dividing this nation. Is this Notre Dame staying in the polls and the AP poll? It's philosophical differences left and right. I think they should be ranked. I agree.
Well, I keep going back to what are people ranking based on?
Right.
And what's amazing is what I thought was something that I could get from ChatGPT. Nobody has the answer.
No, there is no criteria.
Right. Like we had the lady on, Doug, and she said she had a process, but she didn't want to reveal it.
It's just all totally subjective.
Right. Is it the 25 best teams or the 25 best resumes?
I want to ask her how they pick college game day. I don't know. It's just don't worry about it and stuff.
Doug, Oregon is my highest confidence team. That's from the amateur proctologist.
Don't be an amateur proctologist.
They play Penn
Too
State
many ways to get in trouble down
next
there.
week. They go to Happy Valley next week, right? Oregon?
That's correct.
Yeah, that will be. Then we'll know.
How do you know? Then
we'll know.
You go into the whiteout and you handle business.
Yeah, you go in the whiteout, handle business. Dan Lanning, his team is for real.
Reese Davis said there are times they disagree. He said last year they went to Cal and nobody thought it was a good idea.
And it was a pony.
But he fought for it, he said, because he'd been there for college game day in basketball. And he said it was a ton of fun, but he said nobody thought it was a good idea.
If you got psychedelics in play.
And Marshawn Lynch. They had Marshawn Lynch
I don't know how
involved.
they did that. I guess he was up all night, too.
Hanging out.
Photos, still photos. Berkeley students
Driving
showed
carts.
up with signs like, I only do lines of code. And another sign said, I thought this was a protest.
I mean, I saw that game day and I thought, holy crap, that's a pony out at Berkeley. I wasn't
Golden
expecting
Bears.
that, especially since the thing starts at 6 Pacific, I guess.
Yeah.
Herb Street gets death threats in Tallahassee for being an Alabama shill after the Knowles' perfect season kept them out of the playoffs. That's from Nate, and he's in Tallahassee reporting from a place that might be the sneaker play of 2025. I realize they beat Alabama.
I think he really gets death threats over who he wants to win a college football game.
100%. I wish I could bet that. I'd do what Jackson did and double the roll.
I'm telling you, college football brings out the absolute worst in humanity.
It must.
I think that might be live. If we're staying in the sports sector.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the closest thing to politics.
It's psycho.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But that's what makes it great.
Agreed.
And the fact that the system is so ridiculous that you have votes and committees determining who gets to play for championships. I mean, the reality is, I think the game would lose interest if they actually had a proper championship system.
Have you learned anything
No.
Sorry.
Was there a question in there?
According to who? Arch said that to you?
No.
Did you just combine Pittman and Sark? I kind of like that.
Yeah.
Well, Pittman question.
Separate drops, but played.
No, that was
succession.
kind of like your basketball or your hockey.
Yeah,
combo.
I'm coming into my own, man.
You're like a Chinese menu. You're doing a lot of combos today.
Why is Nebraska getting a point and a half at home against Michigan?
Martin, we've just switched off of.
Okay.
Just curious. No faith in Raiola.
So it sounds like you are on the Hurricanes and you are on the Wolverines.
Yeah, I'm going to be on the. Yeah, that's stinky, and we're going to lean into that. So we're taking Michigan because that line doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
Michigan, I guess they whooped up on the Chippewas, but it doesn't move the needle for me
And
necessarily.
that's Stalter squad. So now
Yes.
you're going to further any tension we have with
It
this.
was all intent. It was all leading to it. All leading to it.
Did y'all boys like that Kincaid over in the first quarter? That's in the 618. Doug, did you bet Dalton Kincaid first quarter?
No, I didn't. I did not. The game was on Prime TV. I didn't even want to look for it for fear I would hurt myself.
By the time I remembered the game was on, missing the opportunity to double my bankroll on James Cook, which is, as Jackson released, as a 5-star play. And I probably, by the time I would have turned the game on, he would have covered. Yeah. But I would have lost on my Bills minus 11.5. I was just on the hunt for Tyreek Hill, a member of the Southside Seamen, who did somehow get a touchdown totally randomly toward the end of the game. But the Dolphins dug fall to 0-3. Tough spot last night for those of you who had the under, as the Bills kicked a field goal that was borderline meaningless. I mean, they were up 7 with time running down, and that covered the over by a half point. Oh, sweet mother of mercy, this gambling is a harsh, harsh mistress.
It is. We worry a lot about uniforms here. Those were terrible Miami Dolphin uniforms, among the worst in the NFL.
Jackson's going to get mad about this.
The all-white ones?
Horrible.
You like those?
Nothing but white with an occasional aqua stripe here and there. That was it.
Would you
Just-
prefer
it's
that
like
if they
they
were?
didn't even try.
What if they wore blue pants?
That would have helped it.
I think I like the all-white look.
Of course.
I think it looks good.
People wear a lot of white
terrible.
in Miami.
Yeah, I don't see
Del
what's
Boca
the-
Vista?
What's the
Terrible
problem?
uniform.
They're on the
Because
road.
there's nothing. There was no use. Like they didn't even think about it. Yeah, wear the white pants. Yeah, wear the white shirt.
Jackson's
wear
mad
the
about
white
this
helmet.
tape.
I just
Yeah,
don't get
whatever.
You're saying like they're lazy because they picked their away uniforms?
Pretty much. Their away uniforms suck.
That's a fair take. Any take is fair.
And their
really.
coach vapes on the sideline still?
There's that theory.
really?
There's that theory
Jim
that
Leland just flat out lit up darts.
and wore spikes. It's my hero.
Now, can you do that if it's a no smoking building? Are the coaches and players allowed to smoke?
Well, if it's outdoors.
Martin, we would be on a no-smoking plane with the Rams, and that didn't apply to Jack Snow.
No, not in the back. You call that the galleyway in the way back?
Yeah.
I would be in the last row because the media is always treated very special.
Busch Stadium is no smoking area. It's outdoors. You can't smoke at Busch Stadium.
There's a world-class video of a guy waking up from a nap on an airplane, just so groggy, not realizing, puts a dart in his mouth and lights it. This is a commercial airline. And the flight attendant comes over and is like, "Sir, what are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, my God." He didn't realize what was going on. He was so out of it. It's one of my favorite videos. Just banging a heater right there in the middle of the aisle.
Harrison's brother Master is back with his statement regarding live betting in the state of Missouri once this guy gets his video poker thing taken care of. Tim, we will be able to live bet. The issue is we can't do it now if you make your picks in Illinois and live in Missouri. Like last night when Miami went up 7-0 on the Bills, you would have hammered the Bills at a lower number. I follow Harrison's brother Master, and he has made yet another wonderful text into the program. This one making all the sense in the world. Yeah, that would have been, I bet a lot of gamblers did do that last night.
Would that be a degenerate move to drive back?
Yes,
That's
of course it
commitment.
would be.
That's commitment to excellence.
What if you live close? What if you live in Oakville and you can just cross the
Degenerate
JB
move.
Bridge?
You're gonna leave the family there, the wife and the kids. Sorry, I know it's bedtime and everything, but I got to go place another bet over in Cahokia Heights.
But what if that bet nets you a trip to the lake?
Probably won't.
Okay.
Doug, I wore white shoes to Miami with Mrs. Swinghaven board member and a quote-unquote friend over Labor Day weekend. Thanks. That's from the Swing Haven board member.
Who was this mysterious friend?
A Swing Haven board member. You can call in. He also likes to send pictures in. Who sends pictures in of their significant others? Ray King?
Shrimply Pibbles.
Shrimply Pibbles, Ray King. I feel like there's others, but I can't recall. That was a big J. Randolph Jr. thing, Martin.
Yeah.
He would really enjoy and ask for the listeners to send in pictures of their wives. And Doug was suspicious that they were not actually really their wives.
No. They're
It's
pretty
kinda
much
naughty.
all supermodel quality.
Look
women.
like a screenshot.
May I join you?
That vaping is the most white trash thing I've ever seen since the mullet. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. He's
Yeah.
not happy about the vaping.
I pretty much agree with him on that.
There was that video, Mike McDaniel. It looked like it, but it was also cold out. I don't know. Jury's still out on that one.
On the Dolphins head coach,
Yes,
vaping.
but he does wear his pants. He hikes his pant leg like up to right below his knee. Interesting move.
I've seen people in some of these outdoor stadiums getting the boot for busting out the vape.
Yeah, because they have like the insane security cams that can find you.
Is vape replacing the nicotine? Does it have nicotine? Is it pot? What is the vape?
All of the above.
It
All
could
of
be,
the above.
so it could be
All of the
any.
above.
Can be all the above. Yeah.
I was at a concert at Enterprise once, and somebody in 5 or 6 rows below me vaped. I just saw one puff of smoke. And within about 30 seconds, there was about 5 security people sniffing around saying, who did that? Where was it?
No
Where'd
way.
it come
Wow. Was it chronic or was it just a
I don't know
standard
what,
vape?
I didn't smell anything. I don't smell much anyway. I don't know what it was, but it was a puff of smoke, and they sniffed it out.
I mean, I kind of feel like it's just understood at concerts that we're just gonna let it go. So that's
No, they didn't let it go. Outside, maybe they would. Inside, I
Put
don't
that in
think
your
they will.
thong and smoke it.
Oh, don't tell me.
Charlie
what to do,
Marlowe,
Charlie.
Your
AI.
thong?
That's what he said.
Doug, did you say, over there, the pot? Over there.
Yeah.
There's the pot.
I was no stool pigeon, but others were. The people right around him told the cards who it was.
Webster Groves, a.k.a. South County, is the vape shop capital of the Midwest. That's from the 636. And, Doug, I sense that's from Cottleville, where the war between Webster Groves and Cottleville continues. Is Webster Groves really the vape shop capital?
I doubt it.
on-
Maplewood, possibly.
Is that on the sign? Welcome to Webster, the
Oh,
vape
what-
shop capital of the Midwest.
Track state champions 2018, vape shop. Yeah. We got to bring these two together. I can't have Cottleville and Webster fighting. And we sit here in Creve Coeur. We're kind of right in the middle.
Yeah, we are. It's not safe to be here. I would send in a picture of my significant other, but he's sitting right there on the dais. Sup, Doug? That's Eric in the Central West End, and you
Okay.
played Native American ball with his...
With his dad. Yeah, we called it Indian ball back then.
Well, you did say something offensive. You promised.
There it is.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you'll take some time away with me in Las Vegas next
Sure.
week?
Yeah, let's go this afternoon.
No, Telegraph Road in Oakville has 10 vape shops. That's some Sharon's Ladue pool boy.
Yeah, I could be convinced that that's true also.
The UGA Nationalists will have a big morning tomorrow morning, assuming Game Day talks about Carson Beck a lot. They just cannot quit the guy. It was about as mutual of a breakup as possible, and he's never said a bad word about Georgia, and they just hate the guy because he had a Lamborghini. That's from Al in Dadeville, Doug, and he monitors the Georgia Bulldogs for us here on TMA.
You pretty much got life licked when you're a college quarterback driving a Lamborghini.
And was he with Haley Cavender?
He was with a Cavender. I can't remember which one.
A Cavender.
Yeah, a Cavender. I think he might still be. I don't know.
He's kind of a sleepy-eyed looking guy. You see him through the helmet.
Yeah.
It looks like he's about to fall asleep when he's playing.
Webster Groves is the king of I'll put a sign in my front yard, but I won't do anything actually nice. Thanks. That's Mr. Lynx.
Won't do anything nice.
So what is he saying? Like a political support sign, but I won't actually be a kind human being? Is that what Mr. Lynx is trying to say? I don't know.
I guess. I don't get
Lynx,
that
call
impression.
in 314-974-0101.
So the sign would say, peace to Tibet. And then you knock on the door and say, hey, I'm putting a rally together to save the people of Tibet. Like,
Right.
Yeah, get out
They
of
give
here.
you the heave-ho.
Get out of here.
Hey, pool boy, I don't live in Ladue. No wonder the pool is green. It's Clayton, you dope. That's Sharon in Clayton. Unhappy with Sharon's pool boy texting in. It's unfortunate. Now the Swing Haven board member is sending in pictures. Doug, or at least he says he is, but then there's no picture. Tim, here's a picture of the white shoes, and then there's no... Oh, here it is. Wow, he really did send a picture of the Threesome on the tee. Well, that's sporting. Tip of the cap. Now, Iggy was always skeptical. Plowhawk was always skeptical of whether the Swinghaven board member was real. But didn't he come into studio?
I thought that was.
But without the wife.
Right. And that's where you...
Right. The whole point was we don't believe you. Show up in person. So he showed up by himself.
Kind of like
Oh, okay. We believe you now.
just like approving gambling, but we can't do it.
Right. Same mindset. Program's called The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on our TMA YouTube channel, where friends have gathered this morning to talk it over. Open up the YouTube app, type in TMA STL, and the next thing you know, you're in there and you're talking it over with other TMA listeners. Brown and Crouppen is local. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this show now for a few years, and we're grateful for Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman's support and all of their staff's support of this show. Founded in 1979 here in St. Louis, still in St. Louis with brand new offices on the hill that they just built a couple of years ago. And if you need a personal injury attorney, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen, 314-222-2222, or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. After an accident, money can be tight. And that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. At Brown and Crouppen, you pay nothing up front, and they don't get paid unless you get paid. When you are a Brown and Crouppen client, all your questions are answered for free. Get the facts from Brown and Crouppen, 314-222-2222, or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results, no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. It is The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Schnucks has got great deals going all the time. That includes the prices that have been marked down permanently. But in addition to that, if you're a rewards member, you'll get an email highlighting specials of that particular week, whether it's Campbell's Soup or some of the great lunch meats from Dietz and, is it Dietz and Watson? Yes, it is. And there's a Schnucks in your neighborhood. I can just about guarantee that. So there's the built-in savings of 2,300 items that were marked down permanently. On top of that, weekly savings. You'll get a digital coupon if you have the rewards app. Every time you check out, you also earn money back. You can use that app to get delivery. Schnucks delivers, curbside pickup. All these things have been added in recent years, trying to make that grocery experience more convenient to you and hopefully now even save you a few bucks along the way. It's everyday savings you can count on. So whatever you need, stocking up for the weekend, go by the butcher department, Friendly Butcher, go by the wine department, load up for the weekend, and save money at Schnucks.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Dodgers' Clayton Kershaw, one of the best to ever do it, has announced his retirement from baseball after 18 seasons. That was their Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, did you play this when you were living down there?
On a continuous loop.
They knew it. Jackson, do you consider this to be the jam?
Wouldn't be my first Will Smith song that I would play.
Summertime would be.
I think Men in Black. I really like Men in Black. I also like I like that song.
That's the title of it?
I like The Rain.
I Can't Stand the Rain. Missy Misdemeanor Elliott. Fun, fun, fun.
We're playing Miami songs?
No.
You should. I mean, it's fine.
There's not. I wouldn't say that's a very dense catalog. Well, there is, but not like. I don't know how to explain it. It's a lot of Pitbull.
Well, they're usually artists from Miami?
Yeah.
Gloria
just-
Estefan, friend of the
Yeah.
Skippers.
Yeah.
Julio Iglesias.
Rick Ross.
Good one, Doug. Okay.
Rick Ross.
I saw
Ricky
his house.
Rose.
He lived
What
right
about
there.
Two Live Crew?
Okay.
Luther Campbell.
Not sure we can play it. Did he play at Miami? Played football in Miami? The Rock played
The
at
Rock
Miami?
played in Miami.
And The Rock lost a bunch of weight now?
Yeah.
Won a
Yes.
national championship against Gene Stallings, or did Gene Stallings beat him, Doug?
Stallings won a national
Yeah,
title.
I think he beat
got
The
another
Rock.
one.
Your thoughts on the Sugar Bowl with The Rock in Alabama? 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in to the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You can text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox, and 200 friends, including Kirby Smart's driving advisor, Spicy Sow, and Aaron and St. Chuck. Another female, Doug. Just another example.
Okay.
In the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Joey Vitale is coming up at 8:15. New article just posted here recently this morning by Katie Wu on The Athletic. The title of the article, What Have the Cardinals Really Answered During a Transition Season Full of Questions? Doug, before I read what Katie has, how would you answer that question?
Well, we have talked about that in the past here, and that I'm not sure they answered much of anything unless it's that the group they've got together now doesn't cut it and probably won't cut it in the future. And they need major changes in almost every facet. I don't think they have a center fielder. I'm not sure they know who the third baseman of the future is going to be, or the catcher, or two of their starters next year. I'm afraid they didn't learn a whole lot positive about anybody this year.
Well, I think the org as a whole is in a pretty good spot.
Maybe Wynn and Donovan have cemented themselves as the shortstop and second baseman for the next few years. Beyond that, McGreevy stepped up. A couple of the relievers have pitched well.
Katie's first example, Martin, is Alec Burleson. That's the
Cementing his place as an everyday player. I would say the actual clarity that they were looking for is that the team's not very good. I think that's the clarity you have. Your outfield is still a mess. Burleson belongs. Herrera belongs. I think you knew that about Burleson, but maybe for sure now you say this guy's an everyday player. He's a hitter. Herrera's a hitter. Neither one of those guys have a great spot in the field, the playing field. Kind of an issue.
Burleson had a similar year last year, though. He had 21 homers and 78 RBIs.
Right. He kind of fell off at the end. I think. But I think he's an everyday player.
I do, too. I'm just not sure he's much different this year than he was in last year.
Well, last year, I think he just stopped in September. He didn't hit at all. He just ran out of gas. And he's been better final stretch. But I think, Herrera is an everyday hitter for sure. He told me he still plans on catching, that he wants to really work at that. I think they might see it differently, but that's his goal for next year. I think, Riley O'Brien looks like a decent piece in the bullpen. McGreevy belongs, which we knew for a while. But I would say other than that, I'd say a lot more questions. The big questions didn't get answered, and Jordan Walker being at the top of that list.
And, Doug, if you can, attempt to follow me on this one. Maybe this will help get you ready for Joey Vitale here in 12 minutes. When you go into a season seeking answers to questions and none of those answers arrive, in reality, you now know. Point being, you gave him the runway. You did have a season full of, okay, let's get him out there. It's not there. My analogy for what I'm seeing right now, even when we talk about Alec Burleson, who certainly is a good player and I think could be part of a great team, but I don't think he can be the cornerstone for a Cardinal team to experience a resurgence. And I think probably he would agree with that, considering he's in there and he knows how much the team needs. This reminds me of the early 1990s. There were a lot of guys who were kind of just guys while the organization transitioned from the Gussie Bush era to eventually selling to the DeWitts. And there were guys that the organization would kind of try to tell you that were going to be key players, but you would watch, and having seen great teams like we had in the 1980s and like recent Cardinal fans have in the aughts and the teens, the first half of the teens, you know when you have a great team, and this and that.
No. I suppose if you have to hang on to Arenado and Gorman, you got third base taken care of. With Wynn and Donovan.
Describe and define taken care of.
You know who's going to be there.
Okay.
And Wynn and Donovan and Contreras would round out the infield. I'm wondering if maybe J.J. Weatherholt could be a center fielder. If you can play shortstop, you can play most outfield position. Remember, Tommy Edman was moved to center field, and he looked like the best center fielder they had. It sure would be nice to have a big bat and a good defensive center fielder. And he's probably never played there, but I bet he could.
You're not a contending
athletic
team next year, more than likely. So why not Weatherholt all year? You're right. You got to find a spot for him because he's done nothing but show that he. And again, these are college players. That was one of my beefs about McGreevy, is that he was a college guy. He's 25. He's not a kid fresh out of high school.
Yeah.
And what are we waiting for? And Weatherholt's another guy, played college baseball. He's probably 23, 24. Hopefully he's part of the mix immediately next year. But you got to clean up the outfield. You have so many pieces, and none of them are stars. And that's been going on for a while in the outfield.
Yeah, and if he is the best hitting prospect in the organization, maybe the outfield is the spot for him.
If he was a catcher, would he be here by now? Would they have already promoted him?
Oh yeah, sure.
Ali Marmol told Katie Wu in this article in The Athletic, I think we have clarity on a lot of questions we came into the year with, but there are some that I wish we had more clarity on.
And by clarity, I think he means there are some I wish they were better players.
Yes.
Because I don't think there's any question that somebody's got some hidden talent that's suddenly going to burst. I keep waiting for Walker. Keep waiting and waiting and waiting. He's hitting .213 with 5 home runs. How much more runway is the guy going to get?
For Gorman and Walker, the players most associated with this runway season, the year has not been favorable. Walker has just 5 home runs with a .213 average, a ghastly .568 OPS, and is tied with Gorman for one of the highest strikeout rates in baseball at 33%. Swing and miss will be more prevalent in Gorman's game based on player profile, but certainly not to this extent. That he's hit .208 overall with just 14 home runs and is still without a true position on the field only further compounds the issue. I mean, we have the answers. We just don't like them.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. You're not looking for clarity. You're looking for better players. Walker, I would imagine, unfortunately, might be the worst hitting regular outfielder in baseball right now.
You doing a live read?
No, there's not many guys who get everyday at-bats as a starting outfielder that have 5 home runs and bat .213. I'm not sure you could find another one out there.
Here is Nolan Gorman's assessment of his play this season. This has been horse S. I have to be better. Got to respect that.
Players don't ask to be overpaid.
Yeah.
Then I said
they just want to be here. Well, it does look like a slightly different team if Herrera could catch. As a catcher, his offensive numbers would be really good. As just a DH or an outfielder, they're pretty good. They're okay. Good player, but not a real difference maker. But if you could put that bat and those offensive numbers as a catcher, then you'd have something. But if he can't catch at the major league level, I mean, that's out the window.
You're welcome to get involved on the program on the topic. texting in. Many are. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the program. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call in 314-974-0101. And then many friends have already gathered this morning. 209 are in there, including Chaim Bloom's gag order, John Scores, Doug's Hole Inspector, and the old hipster. Is that the hipster of Tower Grove South?
I expect it could be.
And he says free Milt Thompson, Martin. He was part of the early 90s Cardinals that I'm referencing.
He's kind of a classic fourth outfielder.
But he's going to be too old to come back. He's probably late 40s, maybe 50. Let's see how old he is.
I'm going to take the over on late 40s.
Oh, boy, I'd say for sure. He's probably pushing 60.
If I get value on a line, it's like Jackson jumping on the James
Milt Thompson
Cook
is
over.
probably 60.
Oh, my goodness, he's 66.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably too old.
Rich Gedman's available, Doug. That's from the old hipster. These are early 1990 Cardinal names that will bring horror back to the fan base that can recall.
Greg Jeffrey's kind of the...
Little Elvis.
He got a lot of runway, didn't he?
Bob Tewksbury. Those were both all-stars during that era.
Well, Jeffries was a good hitter.
Little Elvis.
Didn't look like a first baseman to me, but he was a good hitter.
Well, that's
And
also a common theme here.
And then Galarraga kind of swung through.
Yeah, El Gato Grande was here for a season, and then he got to go to Colorado, and his offensive numbers improved.
Now, in Milt Thompson's last year, he hit 106 with no home runs, so maybe he's not the answer at age 66.
Did Minnie Minosa play in 6 decades, Doug?
I think so.
I think it was 60. Bottom line is, Chaim Bloom's first job is to kind of gut the roster as best you can. Is there any market for Arenado? My guess is not really. Is there a market for Newt? Maybe. Can you do you trade Walker, just say, hey, fresh start? I think they've decided behind closed doors it's not going to happen. They can't say that. Well, they almost did, I guess, a couple weeks ago.
You guys want to sign percentages that Arenado gets moved to the offseason in Predictionary?
Predictionary.
I think it's time for a Cardinal audit.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett, fresh off of giving you a big winner last night with James Cook's over 66.5 yards, is looking for more percentages for Predictionary.
Yeah, what percent do you think that they'll be able to move Nolan Arenado in the offseason?
But
It's hard to pick because we don't know how much money they're willing to eat to move him.
Right.
If they ate nearly all the salary, then it'll be easy to trade him.
you're the captain of the poll, but I'm wondering, how do we find out later who got it right if it's just a percentage? You know, I had it at 30 and they traded him. I had it at 40.
Predictionary, I guess it just kind of needs to be
yes or no.
Yeah.
Binary AF.
Will Arenado
Binary
be?
AF,
Don't
Doug?
say binary AF.
Yeah, I got to explain that to my kids now.
Will Arenado be a Cardinal in 2026?
All right. Will Nolan Arenado be a Cardinal in 2026?
I'm going to say no. And I don't know how or why or what, but
I share your opinion on that. I
don't know how.
Quote Martin, that's exactly where I am as well.
I'll be different and say yes.
All right. I'm going to say yes as well.
I feel like he's going to become even more flexible in getting out.
Yeah.
Like whatever it takes.
I
But
might
you
see
still-
him down in Miami next year.
But you got to have a team that wants him.
Correct. I think there's some team would take a flyer for sure.
If they didn't have to pay a lot of money for him.
That's right.
Right. So,
So
you're
what
going to have to.
what good does it do for the Cardinals?
Clears
really?
up. It just clears up your roster.
But for who?
Well, whoever, maybe Weatherholt plays third. There you go, Doug. Now Weatherholt's in the lineup every day.
You could put him on the bench if you want. You could DH him if you're going to pay him. He's still better than most of the other guys.
You
you're
gotta
gonna
move-
use.
you gotta
That's
move
a lot.
forward.
JC's
Doug.
numbers are better than his this year. Like,
We got to turn the page, Doug. Skipper like to say, turn the page.
it's only gotten worse year by year.
Oh yeah, that is for sure, and it's fallen off drastically.
It's crazy.
Drastically. Makes me think there's more to him just getting. He'll be 35 when next season starts.
Yeah.
But
right.
it still makes me think there's an injury at play there to drop off as drastically as he did.
The weird thing about his time away, there never was any diagnosis of the injury. There never was. He's dealing with a partial tear, or he's did surgery later, or he's going to work through it. It was just kind of shoulder stuff. And
Shoulder stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not, like Holiday said, the guy grinds, he wants to play, he's doing the work. But I think it's more concerning that they haven't identified an actual injury.
Josh Bob Bill, who I believe lives in a building with Keisha Gray in Tampa, says Weatherholt will be the starting third baseman. They will eat almost all of Nato money to get him out. That's from Josh Bob Bill. There it is, Doug.
Well, he's just guessing like the rest of us.
Would your
Are you saying Morrison Woods Wacko is guessing on Sam Horn?
Yes.
Would your confidence in Chaim Bloom go up in his first offseason if he moves Arenado, even if it means eating almost all of his contract.
If Chaim Bloom is able to move Arenado, Contreras, and Gray, I will consider it a successful campaign in the offseason. And if Bill DeWitt III comes out and says, I made a mistake following the 2011 season, we're bringing back the Navy caps, I might get season tickets.
What do you want more, better players or Navy caps?
Navy caps.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's get that done
Because
first.
players come and go.
Yes, exactly. Bingo, Doug.
Winning seasons come and go, but the hat stays
It's forever.
Anything else for your prediction area there, Papers?
Yeah, I feel that we need more.
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
You want more?
Yeah.
Play tactic.
You want more? So you want more?
Okay. Well, we were talking about the runway. How about will Jordan Walker be a Cardinal in 2026? Do you like that one?
Yeah, where else would he go?
Sounds like he doesn't like your question, Mark.
But like, he's not a free agent.
He would go to some
Traded.
He would go to some team.
The alliance is over. I'm watching it end right in front of me. Go to YouTube right now. The alliance is over.
Why is that absurd?
Did you hear his ghastly OPS?
All right, but you find somebody to tap.
If the Cardinals sold him now, I would be furious.
This is going to be great to play back in the offseason when they trade him.
If you're a team that doesn't want to throw around a lot of money and you might take a chance on a young guy who possibly you could fix, talking about Colorado, Pittsburgh, someone like this, the White Sox, they might look at him and say, I kind of know what he's doing. We can fix this guy and get him for next to nothing. That would make him trade worthy.
It's not ideal. I know what you're saying. The market's value's low, but I think, and Bloom will get the benefit of the doubt saying we got to just try to move forward on a lot of these things. It's not perfect. So in other words, if Mozeliak makes the trade, it's like, oh my God, you got fleas. It's terrible. I think if Chaim Bloom finds a new home for Walker, people say, I get it. Fresh start. Didn't work.
Fair.
Double-A reliever, not exciting. Whatever it is, I'm going to say he is not here in 26.
You don't think he's going to be here in 26?
I think I just said it.
Oh, it's over.
Sips
now
that
you know what it's
little
like to
water.
be an enemy
Look
of
out.
Martin's.
Sips
Let me
that
tell
little
you,
water.
of all the guys in town,
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, don't be an enemy of Martin Kilcoyne.
Pop that LaCroix.
Papers, and apparently...
Oh, and Papers came back over the top with the LaCroix.
Okay, I will.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
Celebrate.
The alliance is
Celebrate.
over.
LaCroix.
On my grave.
My son, Croy. Look
Yeah.
at this. LaCroix. It's the tangerine. I'm not imbibing today.
No, here's a good prediction too. Will the Cardinals' final attendance number in 2026 be higher than 2025?
I'll say yes because I don't think it can get any worse.
Okay.
I think it can get worse. Boy, that's a good one.
Thank you.
I think it's dependent on the offseason, so it's a little tricky to sit here now.
That's
The weird thing is a good offseason requires them to unload people, not necessarily add people.
That's right.
It's quite a little campaign.
Aren't they raising season ticket prices also? Did I
Yeah,
see
that's
that
savvy,
story?
though, if you think about it.
Yeah. Well, the getting's good.
I'm going to say yes.
I'll say
Higher or
yes, I
lower?
will, too. I don't
Higher.
think it get worse than it
I'll
is
say
now.
yes as well.
All right. So everyone's higher.
What's everybody else on the Walker pick?
Okay. So
that
Martin.
you
I will say that he is traded as well. Martin, you and I are in lockstep.
Wait, there's
at
a
this
new
moment.
alliance forming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bunch of mix getting together here. I like that.
I'm going to
We'll
say
be catching our winnings at Seamus McDavis.
Yep.
I'm going to say they have too much pride to get rid of him at this point and admit that it didn't work. I'll say he's still here.
Okay. I'm with you, Doug.
And I would say of the three, I think I'm most certain about Arenado. I'm not as certain on Walker. I'm not as certain on the attendance.
Okay.
But it's a fun little predictionary that we can
The
revisit.
predictionary's fun.
It's months and months away. We'll be sitting at Doty's tent going, oh, wow, we whiffed on two of these.
Yeah,
Let's see how
absolutely.
those ticket sales are going.
Joey Vitale is going to join us coming up. Do we have the Joey Vitale bingo card, Chairman?
I did create a new one today.
Yes! Where can the listeners find it, sir?
TMA Instagram, and I'll throw it up on Twitter as well.
Woot, woot, woot. All right, time to play Joey Vitale bingo. It's next here on 101 ESPN. New sponsor here on TMA. Always great to welcome a new sponsor on board the program. And the new sponsor is the Psychiatric Care and Research Center. With 40 years in practice and 20-plus years conducting clinical research trials. And this is an opportunity for our audience members to make some money. Dr. John Canale completed his psychiatric residency at WashU, where he also served as chief resident. And PCRC, Psychiatric Care and Research Center, is seeking volunteers ages 18 and older for upcoming clinical research trials on anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. Compensation will be provided for both your time and your travel. The office is in O'Fallon, Missouri. If you are interested, call 636-244-3593. That's 636-244-3593. Or check out the website at PCRC-STL.com. That's PCRC-STL.com. It's an opportunity for you to make money by participating in these upcoming clinical research trials with Psychiatric Care and Research Center. That's Dr. John Canale. Go online at PCRC-STL.com. That's PCRC-STL.com, or give them a call at 636-244-3593.
Hey, folks, Joey Vitale here. I'm going to talk to you about, that's right, cool topic, your garage door. Yeah, just kidding. Not really a cool topic, but it's going to be a big topic when it breaks down. We've all been there. It's not a great situation. You got this big doggone door that will not open. You got places to go. I've been there. Well, good news for you. I got the people that will get to you, give you the quality service you deserve, and get you up and out the door and where you need to be. Give my friend Jason and his entire great company at Schaefer Door a call. You can visit their website at schaeferdoor.com, but better yet, they will give you the customer service you deserve if you call or text them. 782-3608 is their number for all your garage door needs, door, beeper buttons, whatever you need. Businesses, homes, they'll take care of you. 636-782-3608 is their number. Schaefer Doors, a Clopay Master authorized dealer.
Doug camp's underway.
Yeah. You excited about it?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I actually am. But I do think part of it is because from a professional sports standpoint, we really haven't had anything to be invested in since the unfortunate incident in Winnipeg.
Mm-hmm. That was unfortunate.
Yeah.
You could hear an entire city groan at the same time.
No, I saw my television shatter.
Oh, that's right. You broke it or your wife broke it?
My wife broke it.
Yeah.
Brutal. Joey Vitale joining us this morning. Morning, Joey.
Hey, Sam, sorry to hear about your TV. I didn't know that.
Cut that off.
So
I
genuine.
would have thought, if anybody would know about it, it's you. Yes, when the Jets scored that game-tying goal with 1.6 seconds left, my wife, we were sitting in our basement with, I think, our older son, not the son who will be sharing a class with your youngest son. She screamed an F word, and I thought it was so inappropriate, and I condemn it right now, right here, right now, and also threw something that shattered our television.
Doggone. Well, I have a great therapist for her if she would like to take that step. I'm assuming you're talking about the word fudge.
Right, that's correct.
Yeah.
That's
I
correct.
was reading to my kids the other day, Doug, reading them a bedtime story. I love The Giving Tree. You ever read The Giving Tree, Doug?
Is that Shel Silverstein? Is that Shel Silverstein?
I don't know.
And it's a green cover, kind of a weird green.
Oh.
It is, yeah. Not lighter than a master green, Mark. Yeah, it is. Tim, you're right. It's a Shel Silverstein, and I love this book. This book, you can read this book as an adult, and I tell you what, the lessons learned in this book, it's basically about a big tree that is like a boy's buddy. And you know, as he gets older, he uses the tree for different things. Like, hey, I need your apples to eat. I need your branches to build a fort. I need your trunk to build a boat. And at the end, he's like an old man, and it's just a trunk. And the tree's like, well, I got nothing left for you, but you can lean up against me. Anyway, it's great parenting advice, and it's every time I read that book with my kids, I learn something new. My point is, I was reading that book about 2 weeks ago, and I go, okay, guys, Giving Tree, and I went in their bunk bed, and I kind of go to lift up, and I went, bonk, and I smoked the back of my head. I go, what the fudge?
Oh, no.
And, yeah, and now my daughter, Birdie, she's just grabbed onto that phrase, and she has been using it nonstop. So I guess I don't know how to parent that out of her. I'm trying to, do I ignore it and just, let it go, and eventually it'll fizzle away, or do I make it a point? But she keeps saying it, and I know I'm going to get a call from the great folks at St. Peter here one of these days about my daughter's foul language.
Oh, no. Boy, I can't have my family around the Vitales because apparently profanity is acceptable over there. And at my house, Doug, you know that isn't happening.
Time to homeschool.
I want you to record the call from the, hi, Mr. Vitale. We realize you're Italian and all, but we don't let the kids speak that way over here.
Nice, I like that.
The hockey mouth, that's been my biggest adjustment, going from hockey mouth to dad mouth over the years. I mean, you guys are golfers. You guys have been on the course, and you're around the boys or the fellas, as they say, and you're talking boy talk, right? But that's been so ingrained in me for so many years, and then I'm slowly getting better. It's a work in progress, but certainly the language is like your wife, Tim. We have a little bit of a language issue, and as long as we're getting better every day. But I do feel bad for your TV, and
Thank you.
I feel bad that happened for you guys there last May.
Yeah, last May. I almost mentioned the giving tree earlier because Doug talked about a tree he couldn't stand that they had to cut down.
River birch.
You said they cut it down to the stump, and I immediately thought of the giving tree.
Yeah, it's a tough final few pages. Joey, a number of people are listening to the interview and wondering if you're at Merrimack Caverns, Doug, and you used to go down to Merrimack.
I haven't
Always a
been
cool 60 degrees.
Since Jay Randolph stopped doing the commercials, I stopped going.
Where are you?
I'm just in my house. Yeah, just wandering from room to room. And
I'm assuming this time of year you spend all day long at camp?
It's kind of all hands on deck now, Doug. Yeah, all hands on deck. I was there for a while yesterday, and camp's chaotic, man. Camp is, I look at the face. You can just look at the faces of the veteran players that have been around the league a long time, and it's hard to hide that face. I remember that face. It's like, oh boy, camp. Everyone, of course, you just want to get through it, right? You just want to get through it, and you want to be healthy. But they're hard. They're tiresome. And you're looking at this big camp, and it really is important for certain individuals. But then, of course, for most individuals, it's really just kind of getting back in the flow of things. And I know that for a lot of these players, that it is great to be back. It's been a fun energy, if you will, so far at camp, and it's been early. I'm heading down there a little bit later today as well. But, you have seasons where you just win the cup and now you're just like oozing with confidence coming into the, 1920 season. You have letdown years where you miss the playoffs multiple years in a row. And then it's this tone of, boy, we got something to prove. Like, let's have a bounce back here. This year, it's kind of this really cool balance, if you will, where it's something to prove, certainly, but also it's like this balancing act of just like this confidence factor. And I think that's credit to what they did last year, of course, especially the push after the Four Nations, but also the letdown and, of course, the disappointing end. So it's a really cool balance. It's a really cool energy. You just feel it when you're in the presence of the room and around the locker room with the guys. So I'm excited to see how this camp progresses. Jim Montgomery feels very strong about camp. You heard his comments yesterday about how you perform in camp sets the tone for how you start the year. And you know what? This coach, guys, he's got the proof to show it. I go back to that 22-23 historic season for the Boston Bruins when Jim was the head coach. I think they started their season. I looked back a couple days ago. I think it was like a 17-2 start to that year. I mean, this is a coach that believes starting the season off on the right foot is super important, and he's not wrong. As we could tell, the Blues had to really work last year. I think they were 8 points back with like 26-ish games to go, and you're thinking, that's not a lot. It's a ton. I mean, they had to put a 12-game winning streak together, and they still, guys, even the record they had late second half, they still got in on the very final game with that huge, awesome record they had. So starting the season off right is very, very important because it's hard to play catch-up. And I think that certainly is now the tone of this head coach, and you're hoping that the Blues can find a good rhythm, good flow of the preseason here, and ultimately that first week of October, they come in on the right foot.
Now, the coaches will always say everybody's got to earn their spot, but we know who most of the guys are going to be when the season starts on the final roster there. But how many jobs do you think are legitimately open? How many spots are unclear as to who might take that?
It's a fair question, Doug. I mean, listen, every camp provides something different for different teams. This year reminds me a little bit of last year where you have a couple spots available and there's 3 to 4 people battling for that spot. I guess, to answer your question, let's just say, what players is this camp superly important for? And I will say, let's look at like a Dalibor Dvorsky. This is a big camp for him, right? And what I mean by that is it's a big camp for everybody. But to your point, everyone's got different intentions, right? Braden's just looking to get out there and get in rhythm, right? Kyrie's just looking to feel the puck, get back into game speed, right? Jordan Benson, see the puck. Give me a couple games. I'm ready to go for the Minnesota Wild opening night in October. But there are certain players you come into the games this weekend. Let's look at the Blues will be at Dallas on Saturday, at Columbus on Sunday. Every one of these preseason games, you look at the entire roster, And Doug Armstrong circles a few names. I want to see this is an important game for this guy, and that guy. Sometimes it's two guys, sometimes it's one guy, sometimes it's four. I think this weekend, Dalibor Dvorsky has got to show very well. He had a couple call-off games last year. They had him at the center position. It looks like with the moves that Doug Armstrong has made this summer, that center is not going to be a place where he starts. Look at the Suter signing, right? It doesn't look like center is going to be where he fits in. So they're going to bump him to the wing. I think he's going to have to make this team as a winger. Let's stick with the forwards and Alexander Texier. A player that I think Jim Montgomery really believes in. Texier was kind of in and out a lot with Drew Bannister. I think Montgomery kind of kept pushing for Texier. He gave him first-line minutes on a lot of these nights. And I think Texier showed pretty well. He looks really good in camp. He's been sharp. He's been, skating like the wind yesterday. It was crazy. So Texier, it's a big camp for him, for that veteran. How about Oscar Sundqvist? I mean, he's like my favorite Blue right now, right? I love Oscar, like a brother. We have such a great relationship, and he's so fun. But he knows, Oscar knows, he's a smart pro. This is an important camp for him, and you have signings like Milan Lucic, right, which I'll get into in a second. This is an important camp for Oscar because he sees his age. He sees the wear and tear of the double hip surgeries and the knee surgeries, and, he knows that it's coming to an end soon, but he still believes he's got a lot of great hockey in him. And he's got the character, and he's got the mind that can still play this game. But this is an important camp for the veteran players, not just young guys, but veteran players too. And then I'll kind of segue to my final guy I'm really interested to see in, Doug, and that's Milan Lucic. The guy is an absolute bear. I saw him in person yesterday. I remember playing against Lucic. I was terrified of him. I mean, these guys were the closest thing to the Broad Street bullies of our era that I remember. The Boston Bruins, I remember during the 13 lockout, we all went to New York, and all the teams were representing this huge conference hall. And the Boston Bruins, they were the bad boys, right? I'm at the pretty boy table with, Sid Crosby.
There it is.
Okay. There's Sid.
It's big for
I'm at
bingo
the
card.
Been a little quiet. Bingo card.
I'm at the pretty boy table, and I got the good-looking guys and the pretty boys and all the future Hall of Famers, and we're like the classy, if you will.
Oh.
And then across the conference hall is the Boston Bruins, right? The feared Bruins. I mean, they had Horton, right? They had Lucic, they had Chara, they had Thornton. These guys were just straight up bullies, right? They were just mean guys. And I remember Milan Lucic being one of those guys too, and you feared him. You just feared him when you played him. He's still kicking back in the league. He's looking for a second opportunity. I think it's an incredible opportunity that the Blues have brought him in for, because I've heard nothing but positive things about his character, about his personality. I think he's been incredible at camp as far as keeping the room light, keeping it fresh. This is a big camp for him. And you know what? I'm really pulling for him. I really would love to see this work out because, guys, the city of St. Louis is so ready to embrace someone like this. I mean, I'm with Kelly Chase last week at the golf dinner, and I'm just listening to Kelly, and someone asked him the question, why was St. Louis such a good fit? And his comments were, I wasn't a great hockey player, but this city embraced me for what I did. This city appreciates that style of play that Kelly brought to the game. This city will appreciate what Milan Lucic can bring to this team. The aggressiveness, the fighting, the physicality, but more importantly, the fear. He instills fear in the opponent. You better keep an eye on him next time you think you're going to hit Robert Thomas, right? Don't think about jawing off to Jordan Kyrou after the whistle. Players are like, no, thank you. They know that Lucic guy is on the bench. He is going to instill a lot of fear into the game that is going to open up the game for a lot of players as well. Now, that's on the ice. I think off the ice, and this is just my interpretation of what I've seen, I think that, you always need more leadership. That goes for any team. That 19 Cup team was special because the team governed itself. Craig Berube multiple times said, I'm just kind of giving them direction. That locker room, they govern themselves. I was talking to Torrey Krug yesterday, ringside, and he talked about the Bruins team that, won cups and lost in finals. Same thing. Marchand, Lucic, Bergeron. The teams like the Florida Panthers with Tkachuk, they govern themselves, right? And I think that the Blues have done a decent job since the 19, But they've lost a lot of leaders along the way. You know, you lose a Bouwmeester, Petrangelo, right? You lose an O'Reilly, right? Tyler Bozak was an important leader. David Perron was a sneaky, huge leader in that locker room. So now Braden Shen last year, he wears the C for the very first time. And I think there's a turnover. There's a turnover in the leadership within that room. And I think Braden wore a lot of that pressure. And I think you have a player like Lucic come in, and all of a sudden he's going to give a little help to Braden, where it's not just Braden's voice at the second period intermission when they're down 3-2 and they need to come back. You know, it's not just Braden when a young guy is kind of doing his thing where he kind of needs to get put in line. It's those veteran players that really are going to govern the room, that's really going to help govern what is done on the ice. And for all those reasons, I think Lucic would be an unbelievable fit. Like I mentioned, I am pulling for him. And guys, to be frank, I think he's got a legit shot of making this roster.
I think what you reference is something we've mentioned too, though, the edge, kind of that Petro had it, Maroon certainly, Perron had it, where they lost a little bit of that DNA over the last couple of years. I'm not saying they're all like nice and they're ballerinas, but I think they were missing a little bit of that nastiness at times.
Absolutely, Marty. It's a fair point. I mean, listen, we had the toughness. You had the Bortuzos, who I got a chance to catch up with yesterday. It's great seeing Bort. He's in and around town a little bit. His presence alone is amazing, but he was always willing to stick up for a teammate. We all know that Braden Shen is always willing to stick up for – yeah, or you could do that too with Zach Sanford. Yeah, good call. Tyler Tucker, another one, right? But as those guys would stick up for teammates and fight, and that is the most courageous thing to do, and to me in any sport, you know, there was also like you also need that tough personality. You need that edgy guy, right? It's not just about the fighting. It's about the guy that just has that. To me, Pat Maroon was really the last blue that brought that. And what does that look like? Well, you're barking to the other team's coach. You're chirping the guys all the way back to the bench, right? You're doing things to just get under the skin of other teammates. Now, again, Tyler Tucker, in his own right, he will fight some of the toughest heavies in the league, and he has, right? But, you know, to me, it's a little different than what he brought to, like, what a Pat Maroon brought. And I think Lucic brings that, you know, and to me, you also have one of the coaches who can also coach the young players how to do that and support the veterans that already know how to do that in Steve Ott. I mean, guys, to me, Steve Ott was the greatest in the game at that role. And he knew he needed to be. I mean, he was a goal scorer. Remember, he was a goal scorer. He was a prolific, you know, point getter when he came into the league. But talk about a guy that had to evolve his game so many times, had to change his game so many times. It was Steve Ott. And you have to. You have to change your game probably 3 or 4 times throughout your career if you want to stay in the league 10, 12, 15 years. And Steve has done that. You know, by the end of his career, it was less about power play time and points. It was more about, how do I just disrupt? How do I just get in the kitchen of other teams' players? You mentioned, Marty, pushing it to the edge, right? That's an art in this sport. That is that aspect does not have any analytical evidence that's going to get a player to sign another contract or be part of the team, but it is visible, and you see it when you know the game. And I'm telling you, taking it to the edge but not stepping over, that was Steve Ott's MO, right? He knew how to bring it to a point. I remember one time I was playing against Steve, and all of a sudden he's chirping someone, and I kind of went after him, and he's like, well, then let's fight. So I dropped the gloves, and he skated away, and I got a 2-minute minor for delay of game. And he just laughed the whole way back to the bench, right? That's what I mean when I mean he knows how to take it to the edge, but he doesn't know how to step over, and he knows how to basically change the game. Cal Clutterbuck, another perfect example, longtime New York Islander, the Clutterbuck effect. He knew how to change the game. Every game you watched with Cal Clutterbuck on the ice, you noticed him for something, whether it be a hit, whether it be a disruption, but whatever it was, he knew how to get under the skin and bring that edge. And I think truly that Lucic, especially with his style of play, he can do that. And not to mention, guys, let's be real, he's got a second chance at life here, right? And sometimes we all know you just need a second chance, whether it be hockey or your marriage or a relationship or some other sport, or maybe in school if your kid's getting a bad grade. Sometimes we just need a second chance in life. And when you have that second chance, you realize that you almost lost it. And you come back with a fuller, bigger appreciation for it, and you just hit the ground running. And again, I'm I'm a huge supporter of him, and I'm really hoping it works out.
Joey Vitale with us here on the program. He's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company online at SchaeferDoor.com. He joins us every Friday in the 8 o'clock hour. And the boys are going to be skating tomorrow night, Doug. Skate, boys, skate. Preseason game number 1 against the Dallas Stars. Joey Vitale with us on the program. Joey, we always appreciate it. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And we'll look forward to talking again next week. Kind sir.
Sounds good, boys. You guys have a great weekend as well, and look forward to chat next week.
All right. Thanks, Joey. That's Joey Vitale with us here on TMA. He's presented to you by Schaefer Door Company as he joins us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Colonel's with us at 9 o'clock. Coming up, we got the drops of the week. Jackson, do you know where they are? Do you know their length?
Yes to both, Tim.
Oh, get that.
Oh, the boy's trying.
That's all you can ask for.
I got to say, it was a light day for the bingo card. I was watching it closely, and just there wasn't as many there as we're used to. I wanted to ask, mentioning St. Peter, his kid's school, is that count as payola? I'm going to say judges, probably not.
If he gets a discount, I guess, maybe if they slash some of the tuition cost off of it.
Now, the over, I would say, if you had on your bingo card, talks for 60 seconds or more uninterrupted, I counted about 8 of those, I think.
Yeah,
that was the over.
That was like the Cook rushing yards.
I didn't have a movie reference. I don't know if we had a random science fact. He didn't scream. I don't know if we had a lemming comment. He didn't.
I guess he's kind
of dialed in, I think.
He's in season mode.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's in season mode.
Well, sure he is.
You know? And it's fun to watch a professional execute like that. It's fun. It's fun to watch a player rise to the occasion. It's fun.
And the games are on the radio?
They are. They are correct. Okay. That is correct. Doug, Callier and Thompson, they're the sponsor of the phone lines. You know anything about them?
Yeah, they're on the radio right now because they want to be the ones to come and make your home a show place. Get it spruced up a little bit. You've been living there a long time, haven't done any remodeling in a while. The house looks a little tired, looks a little dated. Let Callier and Thompson come in and change it and turn it into the house of your dreams. They've been around since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 165 years of combined experience. The owners, Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard, have both been there more than 20 years, taking care of customers all over the St. Louis area, and they do it better than anybody. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to be there to back up their work. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do, and during the process are always available for you. The Callier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce for them. It's more than just a job. They take great pride in the work that they do. If they do something and you don't like it, call them up. They'll come back and they will make it right. Maybe you don't want to redo the entire kitchen. You just want an appliance. Yes, that's easily handled. They do that all the time. Got a great appliance selection. They have that down on the lower level of their store, full of absolutely top-of-the-line appliances. You're going to love what you see. Their showroom there on Manchester, more than 10,000 square feet, more than 20 kitchen displays. You can get all kinds of great ideas to fix up your kitchen, your bathroom, your man cave, your basement, you name it. They have done it at Callier and Thompson, and they do it better than anyone else in town. It's on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
There it is. Callier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines. Drops of the week coming up. Then the Colonel, presented to you by James Carlton at 9 o'clock here on TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, is this Lion King? Is that 94?
I don't know the year. 3? It's Lion King. I don't know the year.
Yeah, 94.
Of course it is. I act like I don't know.
Part of the theme today, which of course is...
It's Jeremy Irons' birthday.
Oh, Jeremy Irons' birthday.
He played Scar.
Sure he did.
Lion King.
And he was in that something double where he played 2 people.
He was definitely in Die Hard with a Vengeance.
It reminds me, what's going on in Movie Boy this weekend?
Good question, Tim.
Uh-oh.
It's Friday and you got nothing?
What do you mean?
Good question.
I don't have one thing. I have 2 things.
Oh, what is it?
Talking about the movie Him, the sports psychological thriller that just came out today. Actually, it comes out today. And then the movie The Long Walk. And I did record my discussion on The Long Walk while on a long walk.
Oh, sick.
Oh,
so meta.
So cool. Stephen King, right?
It's an adaptation of a Stephen King novel.
Mm-hmm. How far did you walk?
Pretty long. Yeah, towards the end, I was going up a very steep grade, and I've listened back, and I had to do some editing because there was a lot of me breathing.
But did you explain that you were on a long walk?
Of course. Guerrilla podcasting.
Okay.
But this is all just spinning the wheels until next week. When
Spinning the wheels.
One Battle After Another comes out.
Dead Ringers was a 1988 psychological thriller. Jeremy Irons in a dual role as
where he plays
identical twin
Isn't that movie really creepy?
gynecologist. Yeah, well, the identical twin gynecologist is pretty creepy.
Yeah,
right
I think
there.
they remade that into a TV show.
It was David Cronenberg.
That used to be a theme in TV shows years ago. If they couldn't come up with a decent ending, it was always the murder was done by the evil twin.
Evil twin.
No one knew he had an evil twin.
Oh, speaking of evil twin, Jeff Ablin has responded.
Yes.
So he said, I was heading, this is back in the day, News 4's Jeff Ablin. It might have been before he worked with you guys, but heading down to Ole Miss, no Southern Belle was going to go for a guy named Jeff from Lindenwood in St. Charles. I came up with an alias. I came up with Clay Stryker, starting second baseman for the UCLA Bruins. Now, why was I down there? Well, I was recovering from elbow surgery. That's why I wasn't back in Southern California. Worked pretty well, met a girl, came back in the spring. One of my buddies' fraternity parties, just hanging out, walking through the house. All of a sudden I hear, Clay, is that you? So he said it never could work these days. One of my buddies' fraternity brothers was suspicious. Apparently his dad was a big booster at UCLA, gave him a call, checked out, and said there's nobody named Clay Stryker on the team. So he got away with it once. But if you're going to Ole Miss this weekend, you could always just say, oh, you might know my dad. Clay Stryker.
Yeah, Clay Stryker. Howdy toddy. Jackson, it is Friday, and the Colonel is going to be with us. We're fresh off of Joey Vitale in the previous segment. But while we have an opportunity, I think it's important to have our drops of the week.
Morning After. Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is. Put that off. Put that off. Put that off. Put that off.
Flip that off.
What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you.
The leaves are starting to turn, Bill. Let's stay in.
And everybody asking us to, undress and whatever. They're telling us about the food they're eating in the bathroom. And
I'm not sleeping with my buddy.
I'm trying to picture a Festus 6.
It's KOO. Okay. Well, right now there's a lot of O's, and that's for sure.
Yes.
I think McTavish was a good-looking fellow, even if he would have wore a helmet.
I don't know what you want from me.
Tell me what to do. Man, I don't know what to do.
the discomfort was delayed, but it has happened.
He's so tall and blonde.
No, this was nothing involving the anus.
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball.
Project onto me, man.
Taint, McRae.
That was drops of the week. Drop, down, get it.
Man, you got to feel good about the work we do.
Yeah, really, really cerebral
That's what
stuff.
happened on this show. That audio played on this show.
Why did we go to college? Why did we go to high school?
Do you think the show would be better if we went to Syracuse?
No.
Think the show would be better if I would have gotten the 8 final credit hours?
No.
Huh.
Because
Well,
we're
good
not
deal.
capable. Even with the prestigious degree, it wouldn't have worked.
Very prestigious.
If we went to Syracuse, what would this show sound like? All right, when we come back, we'll talk NFL, and Mike Tirico will join us. It's our alumni week here on Syracuse Sports Radio. And then later, we'll have one of the Alberts.
That'll be fun. I wouldn't mind that at all. Martin, you don't mind design air heating and cooling at all.
In fact, Minute Bowl eligible. Texting into the show.
Wow.
Said, please, Martin, pass this along next time you talk about Design Air. Said that he had an issue last week, in fact, while it was extremely hot went to Design Air. They came out. He didn't get specific about which technician was there, whether it was Larry or Steve. There's sort of a battle there, but he just said they came out, got things fixed. He said very pleased once again. I believe Minute Bowl Eligible has used them a couple times this year alone. We love hearing from the listeners when they have a great experience with Design Air. You can get online at designairservice.com, just like Minute Bowl Eligible did. Get that great service and get things back up and running, whether it's the furnace in the wintertime, AC during the summertime. One thing is for certain, they will get you running without hassling you and trying to sell you something. They're not there to do that. It's all about the repair. They do it well. They've been doing it for more than a century. Seth Goldcamp's team, how about that team? It's a fourth-generation, family-owned business, St. Louis-based. Love that story as well. DesignairService.com is where you can find out more.
There it is. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. And you can compete against the greats like Riot's dad and Buck Swope and Midge in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. The Colonel joins us next, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Guard Dennis Smith Jr. has agreed to a one-year deal to return to the Dallas Mavericks and join first overall pick Cooper Flagg, his agent tells ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, I'll be as candid as I can here. And maybe I risk getting mocked or attacked in the text inbox.
No, I wouldn't worry about it.
but I'll have tears in my eyes when I look at my boy tomorrow night, and this is playing at Faroe Field.
Really, when they run on the field and they play this in the stadium,
I'll be like
crying.
Ned Beatty when he walks into Notre Dame Stadium, fresh off of leaning up against that tree, and saying, "These are the most beautiful sights these eyes have ever seen."
Mm-hmm. Largely because of the tone that this song sets.
And watching the delight in my son's eyes as he watches the Tigers come out in gold pants, even in a blackout, and this song is playing.
How do you think the crowd would really react if this was a sound that they played?
Place would be up for snatch
Marcia
grabs.
Mizzou, why don't you take a break here for a while? We got our soundtrack.
Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He's my insurance agent, too, and he has been for 6 years. James Carlton, 314-961-4800. Or go online at carltoninsurance.net. 455-star reviews for James and his team in Webster Groves. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond. Morning, Colonel.
Doug, I promise you there would be a standing damn ovation in the press box.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
Yes.
There would be. Deservedly so.
I 100% commit to that. If I ever hear this song being played, I will stand up in the press box and applaud.
Nice.
And I will have somebody take video of it for your TikTok channel, which I hear is big.
Yeah, Doug's TikTok channel is very hot right now.
I do a lot of dancing.
Very, very hot. Gabe DeArmond will have a late night post-game show tomorrow night. Colonel, I think probably about 11 o'clock start.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Hopefully a little sooner, but you never know. We like the games where Missouri runs the ball 62 times and they get over in a timely manner.
Yeah, that's helpful for the post-game show. It'll be a good one tomorrow night. You got the first SEC game. You got a night game. You got people imbibing all day long. And you got Missouri as close to a double-digit favorite. The number has dropped here as of late. I think there are a couple reasons for this, one of which is LaNorris Sellers now being listed as probable on the South Carolina injury report. Let me start with this. How accurate are those things? And then how accurate do they need to be? And I don't even know who the governing office would be. I guess this is the SEC, but how much faith do you put in those?
Not a ton.
Okay.
I mean, the governing body is the SEC, and I believe there is, I forget, a $25,000 to $50,000 fine, which obviously is a huge amount of money to these coaches that are making $9 million a year. But if you lie, but like, how do you prove that anybody lied on it? Like Lane Kiffin takes his starting quarterback Austin Simmons off of it last week, and I think he played one snap. Well, he didn't lie. I mean, he played. He was available. If you list somebody as probable or questionable or doubtful, you can just say, yeah, it just didn't work out that way on game day. I mean, so how much attention do you pay to them and all that? I guess that probably directly correlates to how often you gamble on college football. I asked Eli Drinkwitz earlier this week if they were working and if coaches paid attention to them, and he said, look, these aren't done for us. These are done for another industry that is around and involved with college football.
The wagering community.
Yeah.
Do you have a gut at this point, Gabe, on Sellers with questionable to probable?
I mean, I guess he'll play. Although I remember last year with Brady Cook, the more likely it was on the availability report that he was playing, the less likely it was he was actually playing in the game. So it could be just misdirection, trying to keep Missouri involved. But here's the thing, guys, and I can't remember if we talked about this on Monday or not. I don't believe the injury is a concussion. I don't think that's what is the question mark here, because when's the last time you saw somebody theoretically dealing with a head injury or concussion spend the second half standing on the sidelines in a stadium of 80,000 people with lights?
That's what I was asking in the 7 o'clock hour. And then the concussion protocol is 7 days, so the math wouldn't work out on this.
I don't know that there's a uniform concussion protocol in college football.
Doug, what are the rules?
I don't know that there are any rules at all anymore.
Yeah. No, the NFL has one. Like, I know in the NFL, if you get a concussion on Sunday, like it's 5 days. So theoretically, you could get back to practice on Friday and play on Sunday. In college football, I don't think there's a uniform rule. But again, that was not treated like a concussion. And I know it was reported that he had a concussion. Everybody assumed it. But nobody from South Carolina has ever said that. They just said we don't deal in specifics and injuries. So that's why I think he's probably more likely to play. I don't really believe it's a head injury.
Certainly, the Mizzou offense has been working in high gear the first 3 games. How much do you believe that's a weak competition, or does Mizzou really have something offensively this year?
I think it can be both. I mean, they haven't played great defenses yet, but Ahmad Hardy looks as advertised. Bo Prabula, I think, looks better than advertised. They're using Brett Norfleet. Kevin Coleman looks like he might be the best receiver in the SEC, and the line's been good enough. Not great, but good enough, certainly. So I think Missouri's got a really good offense. I do not expect it to average 51.8 points a game all year.
No.
I know they love to find an edge. I think they had fun with the student reporter that picked Kansas a couple weeks ago. But by all accounts, Mizzou's heavily favored here. Has there been anything? I don't. And I know Coach Drank loves that kind of stuff, but I haven't seen anything that's quote bulletin board material or people picking against Mizzou this week.
No, but I'm sure they'll find some.
Colonel's exhausted.
I mean, I always go back to the year that Georgia won the national title and had maybe. Like, people were talking about it as the best college football team we've ever seen. And there was a Georgia player afterwards that said, I know everybody was picking us 7. Legitimately, nobody ever had done that. It was, and I think, Tim, you'll probably remember this when Bob Stoops, printed out one of my dad's articles but changed a bunch of words and put fake quotes in it. And hung it in the locker room to get OU all fired up. I forget what year it was that they played Missouri, but I mean, it worked. The OU players talked about all the disrespect, and that thing came out, and I looked at it and then read my dad's article, and it was like, oh, well, yeah, that's not like nobody said this,
That disrespect card, man, it's quite a little tactic. It really is.
Now, if this show ever had success, we could say, boy, people always said we suck for years and years, and then say, yeah, that's about right.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, my current approach is nobody's ever believed in me, and I'm proving them right every day. So
yeah, I kind of don't mind that. Gabe DeArmond's with us. He's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. Looking at the landscape here for Missouri and where things sit as they go into the South Carolina game, I am reading things and hearing things about this team that I don't even know if I heard in 2023, Gabe, and maybe 2013. Now, I want to make this clear. I'm not saying I think this team is better than those teams, but the reason being, in 2013, they were undefeated, but they lost to South Carolina in October. And in 2023, they lost to LSU early on, and I don't think anybody was really paying attention as closely. But because of the manner with which they have been able to put up points, and probably Hardy and maybe Prabula coming from Penn State, I think there's a little more attention on Missouri, and there's certainly some big-time national praise coming in. In other words, it isn't just really Missouri fans that are getting excited. Have you observed some of this praise coming in?
Yeah, I think it's true, and I think it's also the teams at the top of the sport. I like who's good, so everybody's looking in kind of that second and third tier of, hey, who are some teams who are better than we thought, who could now push for these spots because we think it's a lot more wide open than maybe we thought it was coming into the year. I mean, Clemson's lost twice, Notre Dame's lost twice, Texas has looked pedestrian, Alabama got beat badly. So we're trying to find out who's good, and so we're looking for other teams. But yeah, I think there's definitely a little bit more focus, and people have had a few people ask me, because I've been pretty high on this team for the last week or two, and people said, but why is this any different than last year when they were 5-0 and then went and just absolutely, got pantsed at Texas A&M? And I said,
pants.
I don't know.
Like that, man. I like that term a lot.
I said, I just watch them and it feels different, man.
Yeah.
They just look better to me. I don't. There's no scientific reason. It's the vibes.
I suppose the big concern is the kicking situation. They do anything different? Does he get even more attention, more instruction during practice these days? Are they trying to steal somebody else's kicker? Is there any update on that?
Yeah, I mean, they signed a kid out of junior college a couple weeks ago. He hasn't kicked yet, but he's there as an option. You know, I'm pretty confident they can't go like we talked on Monday. I don't think they can go get a kid in the portal and play him. I don't think there's still a couple of rules in place. Could be proven wrong, certainly, but that's what I feel. No, it's a thing until it's not. I mean, he's tried one kick over, about 27 yards, and it didn't look very good. And at some point this year, he's going to have to make one, or somebody's going to have to make one longer than. I don't think you can go through an entire season to get where Missouri wants to get by going for it every time you're outside the 15-yard line.
I feel like I ask Gabe every week, kind of like Matt Holliday gets asked his favorite NFL team. I felt like I would always go to the Colonel and say the running back was because that's the depth chart. Yeah. Do I have to add a third to that now with Marquise Smith in the mix?
Marquise Davis even.
Okay, Marquise.
You could add him.
Yeah, the other Marquise. There's too many Marquise.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's pretty clear who number one is here. 250 yards, he's the lead horse here. But I think they have three guys they feel comfortable with carrying the ball and helping them win games. And then I think you add Bo in there. Like, he hasn't used his legs much in the last 2 weeks because he hasn't had to. But I get the feeling, especially with Sam Horn hurt, it's probably a little bit more of a, hey, let's use this when we need it, not just because we can.
Colonel, I know I saw how you handled it, but I have an obligation to ask about it. And this is, as a Power Mizzou member that I am, there's a thread that was, does Bo Prabula have a broken hand? And you can handle it, of course, how you want to on the air, but it's a rumor, and we have nothing that we would go forward with to report it. So you're in a weird spot when people are asking you and they come to you and they subscribe for your, but then at the same time, I respect the fact that you're like, yeah, I'm not going to report on rumors, but it is something that for Missouri fans, if they are subscribers or they're on social media, they're like, oh, what's going on with this? Hold on a second. So how are you handling it? What can you say about it?
Yeah, look, a lot of things get posted on message boards. Sometimes they're completely made up, and sometimes they end up being true and leading us to break stories. I don't know what the situation is. I would say that everybody speculating in the thread yesterday seemed to believe it happened in the game against Kansas. So if it happened in the game against Kansas, he played against Louisiana and was fine. So he's not on the availability report. He's going to play whatever. Guys get banged up all the time. We don't know about most of them. By week 6 or 7, nobody's, I think, fully healthy in a college football season. So I don't know what's going on specifically, or if anything is going on. So, people say, but isn't this what we pay for? No, you pay for us to be accurate and right, not to just throw out every single thing we hear. There is a little responsibility that comes with, when it's posted by a staff member there. There are people that pay attention to that, and we don't like to just go making things up.
Yeah, God bless. Speaking of the rumor, he's not on the injury report. Again, we talked about the value of the injury report. Caden Green did pop up there. What's going on? I mean, I realize for the record, he's listed as probable, but that stood out.
Yeah, I mean, it seems probably like something that happened in practice this week because he was not on it on Wednesday night. Was on it on Thursday night. Again, if he's listed as probable, I would certainly think he plays, but that is a huge deal. Like, how well does he play? Is he a little bit banged up? Is this a pretty serious thing and he's going to give it a go? We don't know because we don't see practice other than, 10 minutes on Tuesday afternoon. So I don't know what's going on, but it's, there's a kid named Dylan Stewart on the other side who, he's the sole reason before the year I picked South Carolina to win this game because there were questions going on with Missouri's offensive line. And I said, look, he can wreck a game by himself. So that is clearly something to watch how Caden's doing, because if they have to go to Javen Richardson or whatever else they might do, then that changes things.
It does seem like almost everybody's banged up at some point. The question is, have you ever been injured covering a game?
Covering a game? No. I mean, I have covered a game while dealing with a case of gout, which is not particularly fun, but that's about as bad as it's been that I can remember.
Okay. Well, gout's, that's nothing to laugh about.
That was not a direct result of anything that happened during the game, by the way. It was not, steak and beer up in the press box or anything.
Well, I was advocating earlier on a late Saturday night that you should be able to have a cocktail during the postgame, especially with some of the calls that come in, and the fellas said that's happened in the past.
Look, I plead the fifth. Again, we don't report rumors here.
Yeah, thank you. Good for you, Colonel. This is the Missouri Journalism School just shining bright. Right? Another perfect example. Colonel, final question for you before Doug asks you about the uniforms.
What color?
The SEC has just announced that it will be announcing next year's opponents, not the dates of the schedule, but the opponents. It's a television show coming up on Tuesday.
Really?
Anything you have heard on the permanent or annual opponents and what you would be handicapping as far as opponents for Missouri for the 2026 season? This announcement coming on the SEC Network with Alyssa Lang, Gene Chizik, and they call Paul Feinbaum now the mouth of the South. I thought wasn't that Jimmy Hart and he had the megaphone?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't know he was mouth of the South now.
Maybe the British Bulldogs will.
Oh, wow. Is that Davy Jones?
I don't know who it was. I don't watch him.
Okay.
So Brandon Marcello from CBS Sports reported yesterday that Missouri-Arkansas is one of the 4 games that the schools have already been notified, hey, this is going to continue to happen, all that. And I think we all expected that. I would fully expect Missouri-Oklahoma will be one of them. The only real question is the third game. A couple years ago, I know Missouri had kind of requested Vanderbilt. I think that's much less likely now. Who didn't, right? But I think it's much less likely that's the way it goes. South Carolina is the way I'm leaning because it makes sense because those are both schools that, like, they don't necessarily have a natural, third team to pit them against. Like LSU and Georgia and all these schools that have been around for a long time in this league have all these natural rivalries. Even A&M has LSU, Texas, Arkansas, or LSU, Texas, Oklahoma, whatever it may be. And Missouri doesn't really have that third one, and South Carolina honestly doesn't really have any. So I kind of am expecting South Carolina as the third. I guess A&M wouldn't be out of the question, but again, Ole Miss wouldn't be out of the question. But what you run into is these other teams, they have games. Like Ole Miss has to play Mississippi State. Ole Miss is almost certainly going to play LSU. So they have these other games that make sense. And so that's why I think Missouri's third might be South Carolina.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that too, Colonel. Arkansas, Oklahoma, South Carolina, if I had to bet right now.
Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I mean, I don't know that you really want to play Alabama or Georgia or LSU every year.
Yeah, no, I'd like the South Carolina series. I'd be a fan of that.
Doug, anything you want to ask before?
What do you know about the uniform for Saturday?
No. That's
black helmet, maybe?
I've heard they're going to wear garnet and black, I believe. Those are the South Carolina.
Doug's going to be pissed. Doug will be confused by who's out there again. Colonel, we always...
South Carolina will wear black and gold.
Ooh.
Wouldn't surprise me at all. Wouldn't surprise me.
That would be amazing if they... That's actually the only uniform thing I'd care about.
You would at that point have to talk about
colors,
it.
But not switch uniforms, like the South Carolina colors, but it says Mizzou.
The Colonel will be covering the game, of course, tomorrow, 6 o'clock kickoff on ESPN, and then the post-game show, Power Mizzou, YouTube, the whole thing, and it should be a festive one no matter what. Big win, the people will be all lit up and leaving voicemails. Big loss, oh sweet mother of mercy, Doug, because otherwise you win this thing tomorrow. There's some statistics that are important for Missouri football history, 30 games in the Drinkwitz era, and how it compares to Missouri football's record historically in that stretch being record-setting. And then, barring a miracle, you are undefeated heading into Roll Damn Tide coming into Columbia on October 11th. And so that sets the stage for Missouri to likely be around 15th in the country. And we'll see where Alabama is based on how they handle Georgia and Vanderbilt before that game. So some significance on the line for a variety of reasons tomorrow night. Colonel, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is. That's Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. And he says Missouri is going to switch up the uniforms, Doug, and wear
garnet and black.
Garnet.
Yeah.
I want to clarify. I know Ahmad Hardy's the lead back, but the fact that
were you taking heat in the text inbox?
No, actually, I don't know. But my question was about how they rotate in Roberts, and it looked like last week maybe they're pretty high on the new Marquise. We had Marquise Smith as the Speedy Keys, you guys
That's
call him?
Marquise Johnson.
Speedy Keys.
The receiver.
Yeah, he lit it up.
He's a junior. And then Davis is the freshman running back who they used a ton last week. I was just curious if he's going to be more in the mix.
Hardy's just a sophomore. It'd be nice to have him another 2 years.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. That's the thing, and I think that's why, because I'm kind of sensing the same thing that Gabe is. And I guess Missouri fans are, Doug. I don't know where you are because we're both tortured souls with this operation. But it looks different, even though I recognize it's Central Arkansas and Louisiana. And I don't want to disregard Kansas, though, and it's got nothing to do with the Missouri-Kansas thing. You know, just this is what I see. I think Kansas, especially considering the conference they play in, they could be live. So I'm not dismissing Kansas. But Missouri has so many damn ways to beat you offensively. And when you have a back like Hardy, holy crap. And Missouri's had some great running backs, you know. But it's just different because he's so damn tough to tackle. Mm-hmm. He's picking up yards after contact. Both are, for that matter. And then he somehow has breakaway speed.
Right.
I don't know.
That's what Schrader didn't have. That was the one downside of Schrader is he could get through it, but he couldn't finish.
And then you pair it with Coleman, but when it's all said and done, I'm not sure. I've heard the name pronounced a billion different ways. Donovan Olugbade.
That's how I've been told it's pronounced.
Might wind up being the guy who's the NFL star.
Yeah.
In addition to Speedy Keys,
Josh Manning,
and now you got a tight end.
Yeah, Norfleet.
So you have it's something else. I don't know.
It's health. You got to stay healthy, obviously. But if the offense, I think this will be a great test for the offensive line to really see what that looks like. Because Gabe mentioned the edge rusher they have who's nasty. If you can keep that running game up, which would be a credit to the offensive line as well, and keep Prabula's jersey clean, Doug.
Okay.
Doug doesn't like that.
So I think that's a huge test. Like, we're all, like, no matter what, you learn something every game, no matter the opponent.
Hardy's on a pace to run for more than 2,000 yards.
First guy with over 200 yards this season, I believe, in the Louisiana game. He had like 250.
Well, the conference play begins, fellas, this week, okay?
Nice.
So save the Heisman talk.
Nice.
There you go.
I'm just getting a preemptive text taken care of.
Tim, so do you have your money on South Carolina since Mizzou doesn't have a kicker and South Carolina quarterback as a star? No. I actually in the FanDuel spread zone, and we don't pick every game, which I like, because sometimes I don't really have a feeling on a game. We pick 3 college, 3 NFL, and then we have a lock of the week. And the podcast is 59% against the spread somehow, which is a miracle. Overall, all 3 of us, I actually picked Missouri. I got the line at a bad time, Doug. I got it at 12.5. Yeah, that was so I paid heavily for that because the line's now 9.5. But yeah, I'm like, I know I'm emotionally attached, but I'm just watching them play, and I'm going, God, I just think they're at another level. And I was the guy going into the year who was super high on South Carolina, and I've watched South Carolina play, and I recognize Sellers was out in the second half last week, but they weren't great without a special teams touchdown. I'm not sure they beat Virginia Tech, a team that lost at home last week, by 31 to Old Dominion. Yeah. You know?
What I'm curious with is if Sellers is playing, if they run that kind of same zone they ran against Jalen Daniels, because that was scary. That was the case if the Jayhawks made a couple catches, that game might have turned out differently because the secondary looked really dreadful in that Kansas game. So I'm curious if they run a similar defense against it.
Sellers? Hardy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to because you got a couple guys who could be getting attention. I mean, Sellers already has, but Hardy might get. This might be the one where he gets more national attention if he's getting any at all. All right, we got a break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Robert Thomas, friend of the show, featured prominently on the website, autoloanpro.com. Also do those TV commercials doing Blues games. Hopefully all that will return. Friend of the show, Bob Thomas, loves that Action Jackson. Got mad when you dropped the action from Jackson. But the point is, autoloanpro.com, great website to go to for your next vehicle. And it doesn't matter what your situation is. They'll get you that new vehicle with little to no money down, working hard to get you the best rates possible. They know anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. They're part of the Lita family. Go to autoloanpro.com. And the reason we tell you they'll get you back on track, they've got a free playbook. You can download the playbook. It'll help you understand the credit industry. It educates you in addition to getting you into a new vehicle. Making that large purchase gets a little complicated, especially if there's a hiccup along the way. Auto Loan Pro gets you back on track. They work with over 50 different lenders. That's how they get you the best rate possible. Find out more at autoloanpro.com. Part of the theme today, Tim.
And that is?
The Great Gig in the Sky?
I guess they're doing the Wizard of Oz thing at the Sphere in Las Vegas.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
Also,
where there's wind blowing, debris blowing in the crowd.
Yeah, although they're digitally remastering it, and I hate that.
Oh, no. Elmont Stereo tickets on sale.
Why would that bother you?
Because they're messing with the frames. They're messing with the Technicolor. Let art be beautiful.
Well, don't you think it'll probably be even better? Oh, it will be.
No.
It's been almost 100 years since they made the movie. I'm sure they can improve parts of it.
Let's repaint the Sistine Chapel while we're at it.
Oh, you son of a sack ass.
It's funny you bring this up because in the break room the other day here at the Hubbard headquarters, they were playing the Andy Griffith Show.
Yeah.
And it's got the color version.
I hate the color version.
And I look up and I'm like, oh, is that what Ope would look like with a checkered sweater that's green?
Later in the
series. They were all, most of them are, but that was Don Knotts had left the show at that point, right? Ripped from today's headlines.
If Don Knotts left the show 53 years ago, text in 314. We're trying to appeal to a new audience here.
People in their
314-399-9646 or call in 314-974-0101. And Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategy, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. 314-889-0503. That is the number to call. And you talk to Mark Hanna and you go, oh, my goodness, how do I feel better about my life? How do I feel better about my financial situation? How do I feel better about the world? It's magical that he has that ability. But that's Mark Hanna for you. Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Online at evergreen-ws.com. I've known Mark now for close to a decade. He's a longtime sponsor of my podcast, and then he got on board with TMA. A lot of TMA listeners have started working with Mark Hanna. I'm a major advocate for him, for his professionalism, but also for how his financial advice is customized to the individual and their plans. That's the name of the game. A listener who specializes in making sure that his clients meet their goals. He comes up with the plan, you follow it, you can enjoy some financial peace of mind. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreen-ws.com. Doug, I don't know if this has ever happened with you considering your appearance, but Cliff Kingsbury, who is now the Commander's OC, am I correct on that? Because you don't like that Dan Quinn wears his hat backwards like A.J. Przinsky. Am I right on that?
Yeah.
He was asked about who he would let date his daughter on the roster.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Take a listen.
Truly good guys that like each other. Like, across the board, I would let anybody in that room marry my hypothetical daughter except Hartman, because he's way too good looking, but just phenomenal people above all else, hard workers, professionals, and they're truly like a joy to be around every day.
Did you feel better about Missouri's chances if Drinkwitz said that Bo Prabula's too good looking?
He basically said the opposite with Brady Cook. He was like, I would let him date my daughter.
Oh, that's not nice.
Because he was such a gentleman.
What, he's thinking his hypothetical daughter is going to be uglier than a mud fence?
I don't know.
So she couldn't possibly date Sam Hartman?
You'll have to ask Mr. Kingsbury.
Is he on today?
No, but I do love Cliff Kingsbury. He was so tired of the Arizona job. He was like, I'm leaving. And went to Southeast Asia for a little bit. Just hung out. Beautiful women.
Who was he going out with? That lady who used to be in Holly Saunders? And now she's with Vegas Dave?
Vegas was that the guy who lived with his parents but was giving gambling advice?
He is the tout of all touts. The tout of all. Martin, are you familiar with Vegas Dave at all? You would love this guy. I mean,
I like the name.
Oh, and somehow Holly Saunders, who worked in Little Rock Television, just like me, unlike me, now is working in a different industry where she's a little more comfortable in revealing outfits. But she was on Fox's U.S. Open coverage. And I don't believe it went particularly well, so that's why it's been a new situation for her where she's hanging out with Vegas Dave, but I think they may have broken up. Vegas Dave would make me look like I'm 6'8" and lives at home with his parents, but he's an incredibly successful gambler.
Would you take a job, Tim, if you had to wear super revealing outfits?
Yes.
I didn't even going to get to the more pay.
Hold on, I got to Sorry, go ahead, Doug. I didn't mean to cut you off. Please.
You didn't cut me off. Tim did. I was going to say if it paid twice what you're making now, but he said yes before there was even any pay increase mentioned.
Fair enough. I want to read this just brief excerpt from the New York Post about Vegas Dave. The 44-year-old sports information consultant has moved back in with his parents, leaving his girlfriend and former Fox Sports reporter living alone so he can devote his attention to his craft.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Talk about a spin.
I can't get enough of it.
He was serving a 3-year ban from Vegas casinos. Makes a living by selling betting packages and sports memorabilia that he aggressively promotes via social media.
He has these bags that apparently is like a. This is one of the things that Doug, men and women, various differences, but one of the most distinct is I don't know if I've ever noticed the bag a lady has, but other ladies notice this stuff.
And they pay a fortune for them.
Oh, my God.
Some of those Coach bags are, they're in the thousands.
Can't think of what the name of one of them is. Somebody's going to text in.
Birkin?
Might be it, but I feel like there was another one my wife was telling me about. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
Just get a backpack like Martin.
That's
Thank
exactly
you, Doug.
right.
Trying to be a trendsetter here.
Meat and potatoes guy.
Wow.
But Vegas Dave would have his Birkins and just be pulling out cash. The odd thing was on the other side of the wall were his parents, and he's in his mid-40s.
Yeah, I'm going to read.
Back in with him, not to take care of the elderly parents, but because he needs them to take care of him.
I'm going to read one more quote. This one's
He could buy AM radio.
directly from Vegas Dave. Holly wasn't happy at first, but then she understood because I'm different mentally. I'm the best in the world at what I do
for heaven's
and what I
sakes.
say. And when I say the best, it takes sacrifice. And if that sacrifice is my relationship, if she's meant to be, she'll stick around. If she wasn't meant to be, she wasn't the one who understood my business principles.
And wasn't she a very attractive, glamorous girl?
Still is.
And he left her to go move back in with mom and dad.
Right. Not because of because things are going so well, because he's so different mentally.
Because he's the best in the world. Usually, if you're the best in the world at what you do, you have to live with your parents well into your 40s.
Right.
Clip it up.
I'm glad Vegas Dave made an appearance on today's program.
Oh, he's unbelievable. Yeah, it's been a few years since they've been together, Doug. They are no longer together, and that is unfortunate.
I'm looking at Kingsbury's Texas Tech record. He does not have a family, by the way. So that's why it was a hypothetical daughter. He went 8-5, then he went 4-8, 7-6, 5-7, 6-7, 5-7. NFL job.
Yeah, that was one of the stranger moves, wasn't it? When the Cardinals hired him, and it's not like he was Nick Saban in the Big 12.
It was, 5-7, 6-7, 5-7, boom, NFL job.
The
And
most important thing is to have a really good line of BS. That'll get you the gig. If you talk a good game, that'll usually get you the
I
gig.
think he was a quarterback whisperer kind of thing.
And he was Mahomes' coach at
Right. They had a good run of
Texas Tech.
Graham
So
Harrell
they
and
kind of thought of him as like the quarterback whisperer.
Right. And had they already drafted
I think
Kyler
they had
Williams?
Kyler Murray at that time.
Kyler Murray. God, I get my Williams and Murrays and Davis and
And
Smiths.
it's amazing that Mahomes was able to have a lot of success under different coaches, too. Like perhaps it was Mahomes and not the coach.
Yeah.
It almost makes you think, though.
So by that logic, Doug, Tim must live with his parents, considering he is the best in the world at what he does. That's from Dem Hogs.
I think he was also the quarterback's coach when Manziel was at A&M. So
I think it's kind of...
Kingsbury was?
he was the 2012 offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach of Texas A&M.
Is that right?
Yeah, that would have been Manziel's year, right?
thought he was
2012.
13 was the Manziel. Was the big year, right?
Right, but 2012 was like his emergence, I think.
Sounds right.
Now, I think it's fine to live with your parents if one or the other is struggling. If you're there to take care of your elderly parents, that's a noble gesture. Not many people leave supermodels to do it, but if you need to, a man does it.
Sure.
So you're on board with Vegas, Dave?
I'm starting to come over to his way of thinking.
No shame.
Papers, you're right. 2012 is the year Manziel won the Heisman.
Okay.
With Kingsbury coaching.
And Mike Evans?
Yes.
Mike Evans.
Correct.
Kevin Sumlin, head coach.
Boy, he had a tumble out of college football.
Yeah, what does he do now?
Nothing.
Cashing
Really?
checks from A&M.
Yeah, I think he's still...
Probably, yeah.
Get involved on the program, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Many are choosing to do so, and we appreciate the engagement. And then, of course, you can watch the program on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. Email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, which comes your way at approximately 10:45. Doug, can you tell the people about Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling?
Well, sure. We've told them a lot about it over the years here because we've had them out to our house and we know what fantastic work that they do. Anytime something should go wrong with your air conditioner or with your furnace in the winter months, Design Air is the name that needs to come immediately to mind, as it has for St. Louisans now since 1904 when the company got its start. They're not just another HVAC company. They are also the longest-running sponsor on TMA. At the helm is Seth Goldcamp, a name you can trust, leading the team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. You'll not be sold something that you just don't need. So visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and home of the handsome repairman. Request Larry, the Silver Fox.
Well, beautiful tribute from Mike Francesa to Robert Redford coming up, Doug.
Okay.
You'll want to hear this.
I saw yesterday that Robert Redford and Don Drysdale both graduated in the same class at Van Nuys High School.
How about that?
Wow.
That's a fun fact.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to be the rest of the alumni coming back for a big weekend.
How'd you do? Well, Cy Young. How'd you do? Yeah, major motion picture. How about you? Moved back with my parents.
To date Holly Saunders. Yeah, Mike Francesa's incredible tribute coming up here on TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis way back when in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and also with the Stifel Charity Classic, and they sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and is a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas & Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Oh, my goodness. I hope somehow, for some reason, my 3-year-old is listening to this program.
You like this song?
I play this song with my 3-year-old, who was conceived in a commercial break on this show. I would say around 10 times a day.
Really?
I have no idea how or why this has happened. I have no idea how or why you're playing it.
Well, we're going to be talking about Robert Redford. There's a scene in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, which seems out of place, but it's just, I believe, Paul Newman riding around on a bike while this song plays.
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, it's really out of place.
But it's a great song, big
DJ Thomas.
DJ Thomas.
One of the best movies ever, too.
We couldn't. One of the reasons why I didn't get to place my Buffalo Bills bet last night, and I also would have sprinkled the James Cook over that our friend Jackson Burkett gave us a 5-star play on, was because currently the 3-year-old, what he loves to do is sit in my car and play Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head. I know that sounds insane, but that is actually what I was doing at kickoff last night. And then I came in, I go, damn it, I didn't get my Bills bets in. But
Did Jackson know this?
I don't think so. That's why I'm starting to wonder if we're making love telepathically.
Well, I've talked about it
Is that
before.
an HR issue? Should I report that to HR?
I would if I was you.
I've described before a tantric mind meld, and I think that could be in play. But I played this exclusively because of the Robert Redford connection to it all.
Not because my 3-year-old is obsessed with the song. He went to some little camp over the summer.
Brody's.
What's that?
Brody's house?
No, that's the birthday party, and that's the older son tomorrow. But the older son's going to Columbia. He decided to go to Columbia, so he'll be with us tomorrow. But the teacher at the camp, my wife comes to pick him up, and she goes, yeah, in the middle of camp today, he just started singing Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head to the whole group, and he really busted it out.
That's great.
Well, it's a current song. It's, 55, 56 years old?
I guess so. Jackson, I think because we were experiencing tantric lovemaking on the show between host and producer, which I guess is good for a show. I don't know.
I just don't think so.
We will report it to HR, is playing this song maybe because of my 3-year-old son's infatuation with, but also because of Robert Redford. And the Funhouse account last night paid its tribute to Robert Redford. Mike Francesa's observations. He heard Robert Redford died and then immediately went into whether or not he had ever met him before in his tribute. Doug, take a listen.
And then Redford, who I met once, Doug and I met Redford once. We were doing a show in Fenway. We were doing a remote Yankees-Red Sox. And we did it from up in left field, which was great up there. Because if you've never been there and you've seen it on TV, they built about 400 seats above the wall. And they all look like gloves. That's what the seat looks like. And they have their own, it's a separate area. And it's a great place to watch a game. I would highly recommend it. Really, it's a wonderful place to watch a game at some point in your life. And they actually have a big grill up there and a concession area so that you don't have to go anywhere to go get your food and everything. You can get it right there. And there's a big grill right up there. That's, and listen, they might have changed it a little in the last couple of years because I haven't been up there in a couple of years. But Dog and I were doing a show there, and a guy who I've known through the years who was a big Giant fan and a big Red Sox fan, and you could always see his company sign in center field of the Red Sox, Giant Glass. You've seen the Giant Glass sign if you know Fenway Park. He owns Giant Glass.
Is this about Redford?
And
it's a touching tribute.
He said, what time are you getting off? I said, well, we're off at 6 for the pregame. And he goes, oh, I got a surprise for you. So a couple minutes to 6, he shows up, and he's got a big smile on his face. And he moves out of the way, and there's Robert Redford to meet Dog and myself. So I did get to meet him once. Chatted for a couple minutes. Quiet guy, quiet. Small, first thing you take is that he's not tall. A lot of those actors not tall. He's not tall.
Again,
Redford's not tall. But did meet him one time at Fenway Park.
Action! I mean, that's beautiful.
It
that could
really
be a
is.
eulogy.
And if we're taking a look under the hood, they have Robert Redford listed at 5'10". They have Mike Francesa listed at 5'9". So
I was going to say, I didn't think Redford was one of those actors that's really short in person.
no, he towers over Hoffman.
5'10". Oh, what I wouldn't do, Doug.
Yeah, all the president's men
Never
get way
heard of
taller.
One of the most popular actors in America, cinematic history.
Yeah.
So when you can talk about the seating at Fenway and the man's height, you've pretty much laid out a fabulous tribute.
They had a barbecue grill up there. No, maybe they don't anymore. Dog and I were up there.
I thought
and then
he
the guy
might-
was that sign in center field.
I was hoping he would go QFTA and never mention Redford. Just keep talking about the dimensions of Fenway and where you can get some good food.
So that was the tribute. He mentioned all of his favorite films and some of his best work. That was edited out, I assume.
He's won an Academy Award, a BAFTA Award, 5 Golden Globes, Cecil B. DeMille Award, Screen Actors Life Achievement Award, Academy Honorary Award, Kennedy Center Award, Presidential Medal of Freedom. He's won. But
Not
it's
good
the
enough.
seating. It's the seating at Fenway that really hits you.
I cannot get enough of my Francesa. I thought Francesa was taller than that.
It
I thought he
says
was like
5'9". That's what it's, I mean.
Oh,
who
what I
knows?
wouldn't
Might
do.
be shrinking.
You think he's shrinking? He's entered shrinking.
Yeah, they have him listed at 5'9", and they have Skip Bayless at 5'10". A little surprising.
Doug, you surprised Skip Bayless is 5'10"?
Not in the least.
Jackson, just keep listing people's heights and we'll react
Okay.
whether or not we're surprised.
Michael Kay, 6'4".
Surprised.
Boomer Esiason, 6'5".
No, he's an NFL quarterback.
Don Imus, 6'2".
Okay, we're going from...
Surprised! Martin, that's an opportunity for you.
What?
6'5". Who's 6'5"? I am 6'2".
What's that?
How about Stephen A? I would guess 6 foot.
Yeah, I think actually taller.
Yeah, he's kind of got that
he
Dennis
played
Gates
basketball for-
lanky.
I bet he's like 6'2".
Probably.
I'm going to agree with 6'2".
All right, Stephen A. Smith height is 6'1".
Sat in front of me at the Burwell funerals. I was trying to eye it up here in my head. Yeah, 6'1"-ish.
Brad Pitt, 5'11".
Not surprised.
What
I would've thought taller.
site are you on?
Google.
No, but okay, thanks. What was the search?
Shortertall.com.
I'm just on I just typed in Brad Pitt height.
There's not
So
a
are you
whole
going
lot of really tall actors, are there?
Adam Driver's like 6'4".
That's a nice play.
Fred Gwynn, Herman Munster, I believe he was on the tall side.
Yeah.
I like when he went to Dodger Stadium. Hit the snot out of the ball.
I read where James Arness, remember him, Matt Dillon and Gunsmoke? You guys won't remember him. Huge star at the time. He was like 6'7", and as a World War II soldier, when they'd get off the Higgins boats, they'd make him get off first to test to see how deep the water was because he was so tall. And because he was one of the first off one time, he got shot in the leg. And that's why he walked with a limp for the rest of his life,
Wow.
including in the shows.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Chevy Chase, 6'4".
Yeah.
Oh, that's tall.
You guys want to throw a guess on Harrison Ford?
Oh, I think he's 6'1".
I agree, 6'1".
He's 6'1".
Is he
Okay.
really?
What, you thought he would be shorter?
Yeah, I did.
I mean, I get his picture of standing around in Star Wars, you know?
Mark
Yeah.
Hamill.
5'9".
Yeah, I was going to go...
But I would go. I think he might be shorter than that.
I guess the tallest actor would be Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah, I guess.
To see if he counts as an actor. He's been in several things.
What
movies.
about Tom Hanks?
Shaq, maybe?
5'7". Or I
just
thought you said Tom Cruise. Sorry, Tom Hanks height. I bet 6 foot on the dot.
I'll say
Mr. America.
I'll say 5'10".
I was going to say 5'11".
6 foot on the nose. Don't overtell yourself, kid.
I
Don't
feel like
overtell
you know
yourself.
these papers.
He hosts Movie Boy. The
seen
guy
a lot of
hosts
films.
Movie Boy.
Seen
We're
a lot of
watching him
films.
spread his wings.
How about Gareth's height?
Gareth, shorter than advertised.
How about Bobby De Niro?
I'll go 5'9".
I was going to go 5'10".
I think he might be
less.
shorter than that. I think he's like
5'8".
5'7".
He is 5'10".
They
Is he
all,
really?
they all lie.
How about Joe Pesci?
5'4".
I might take the under on that. I got to be honest with you. As a guy who knows about 5'4".
5'3".
Yes.
Is he really?
Shipped it, man. On a heater right now.
Mr. Mudjack Mike, what the hell are we doing?
What's the people's heights?
We like guessing games.
I think that's fair. Danny DeVito.
Ooh.
Oh,
Is he
4'10".
I think that's the right number.
He is 4'10". I mean, don't ever doubt yourself, kid.
He's talking to himself.
I bet there were some people who told Danny DeVito, I wouldn't go into show business. You're probably not going to make it as a lead actor.
He's one of the most prolific movie producers since like the mid 90s in terms of actors who also produce. He's produced Pulp Fiction. He produced.
The podcast Movie Boy is awful. It's a narrow-minded show hosted by some rich kid who thinks he's a Renaissance man. Review a movie like Platoon, fella, then brag. That's from the Orson Woods Wacko.
Okay.
I said Platoon is like one of the best war movies ever, and I got ripped to shreds for it. So you know what?
By whom?
It's Nimrods.
Block him. Blocking.
Tom Benjamin.
Yeah. Loaded cast.
Yeah.
Johnny Drama's in that.
Johnny Drama.
Matt Dillon? Or the other
Kevin Dillon.
Kevin Dillon.
Matt Dillon's brother.
Having a big conflating name day.
Doug, Arnold Schwarzenegger is a sneaky 5'8". That's from Dale, and he's over in Grubville.
He's bigger than that.
No shot.
He's much bigger than that. I'd say 6'3" for Arnold.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Doug. I think you might have just nailed it.
I feel good about taking the under on that.
6'2".
Okay.
Barely covered, kind of like the over in the Bills game last night. All right, Martin, you're heading to onboarding here. Chairman Kurt's also not going to be. What do you? He's got a sound story with Rizzuto.
I'm going to hang for a little longer because Holiday's been monitoring things. He said, "Well, you're leaving early again."
You really like this hike conversation.
Yeah, that's going to keep
it up.
The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals back in action tonight as they take on the Milwaukee Brewers. It's going to be a 7:15 first pitch at Busch Stadium. Sonny Gray on the mound for your Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Nice.
It's Halloween, it's time to scare the pants off your friends. It's Halloween, it's time to collect strangers' candy. It's Halloween, it's time to do some pumpkin carving. What are you going to be for Halloween?
So good. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented by Brown and Crouppen. You can watch it on YouTube. And I think one of the things that's made this show what Doug calls the best show ever.
Oh, I've never said this much. I should have, but I didn't.
Is the relatability of the hosts. My private golf course is closed today, so I need to play at yours. So please invite me so I can play golf. Does that come off weird?
No. Very, very meat and potatoes.
It's a water main break.
How long is it going to be closed?
Long enough for me not to be able to play today. I know that.
Oh.
So I will play with you, and you pay the guest fees at your private course. All you have to do is just email me, and I'll be there. I'd like a little time on your range, though. So maybe 11:45 would be good.
Maybe a chef salad.
Yeah, that wouldn't be bad.
Throw that in.
Extra chicken. Just
I think you're going to get some. If you're serious, you're going to get some invites.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. I'll be there.
I'll be wherever.
Yeah, well, preferably inside 270.
But they have to pay for it. What they're paying for is the bonus of getting to play with you and feeding you.
I will talk to you for 3 minutes at the turn.
Okay.
But that's it.
About what kind of brat you're going to have?
Hey, Bob, thanks for having me. It's Bill. Yeah, that's fine. Where's the cart? Are you planning on playing too, or can I just do this?
Well, the invites are coming in. Tim, I have a putting mat in my bedroom. That's from Buzz.
Now, if you're a big celebrity in America, can you just call up any country club and say, this is who I am, can I play? And they'll say, sure, come on out.
You would think that, but you might remember when Office star Jenna Fisher needed to contact Iggy to get a reservation at Sam's Steakhouse during the Christmas holidays.
Yeah. And he was able to do that for her, wasn't he?
Believe so.
Yeah.
So sometimes you realize that celebrities, why they're just like us.
So it's not a lie. It's just a misquote of myself.
I think Joe Buck, Danny Mac, those guys would all say that Mike Shannon, wherever they were, he would just call over. And it didn't matter what club it was. This is Mike, man, we're coming tomorrow. And hang up. Like, it's okay. That they played wherever Mike wanted to play.
I mean, literally, name the greatest courses, and Big Irish would get them on.
They'd be in San Francisco, what's it, Olympic? And they said he would just call over and say, we're coming tomorrow.
In San Francisco?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Wherever they were, I'm telling you, Joe, Dan, they've all said it. If you traveled with Mike, best restaurant, best golf courses, and he would just make the call.
Like a Pine Valley trip when they go to Philly?
Would they have to pay?
You know, I'm guessing no, but I don't know.
I would agree with you on that guess. That would be my if Shannon was the one who set it up.
And then you tip heavily with anybody around you that's helping out.
Absolutely. Pele Blanco is inviting Annbriar. Not private, but might as well be perhaps the best public course in the St. Louis metropolitan area.
I would say it is.
Glorious.
It's amazing.
You playing today, Pappas?
No.
That's
Maybe
surprising.
you could be part of the Tim group.
Open to it.
You're open to it.
Wow, who wants Tim and Jackson?
Wow.
And then you get your separate cart, and then when you say, hey, thanks, Bill, it's Bob, you just keep going your separate way.
Yeah.
Legend can get Timmy on at Old Hawthorne. That's Dale in Grubville. That, of course, is in Columbia, Missouri. Martin, don't you hear that on the...
I like it so much. I live there. That's the tag.
I was going to do that with Mark Hanna. I like Mark Hanna so much, I work with him. I might do that for my Louise Chicken Read here in a minute.
Yeah, I'm not heading down to Columbia, though, till tomorrow.
Same.
What time are you leaving?
Probably 8 a.m.
Wow.
Did they get 70 cleaned up at all? Or is that still a mess?
I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure. But yeah, probably 8 a.m. Like to get on the road a little early.
Well, you're going to have a long day of libations, then, I gather.
We'll start that later in the day.
Here you go, Tim. Riverside, 11:45 a.m. You bring the Busch Light. I'll bring the Marlboros. Fenton Bar and Grill for the 19th hole. That's your mom's lesbian lover.
That's a good deal.
I'm in.
I played the par 3 there yesterday. It's like I never had a club in my hand before.
What's going on with you? You're falling apart. You're fresh off a hole-in-one.
I know, but I'm hitting like wedges and things, and I'm consistently chunking 3 inches into the ground. The ball goes nowhere. Am I too close to the ball?
Let's shift the weight forward.
I've tried. I must be too close to the ball, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, there's no like words that anyone's going to tell you that's going to fix anything. It's got to be practice and all that.
Okay.
But getting the weight forward probably help your contact.
Getting a lot of texts about I-70 is an absolute mess already.
Is it?
I didn't think it was that bad when we went to the Kansas game. I don't know if anybody's been. It was this morning.
I thought I saw some stuff this morning about it.
You go, Chairman Kurt. You go, right? Are you going down? Are you going today?
No, I'll be leaving tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow, we're all going tomorrow.
Tim, why don't you just add? All right, if anybody wants to fly me and my family down to Columbia.
Yeah, I don't know if asking for somebody to host me at their private club and a private jet in one segment is too much.
No, not for you. It isn't.
I guess it's not for me.
What's the little cart thing that people pull you on? The
pole cart?
Wheelchair.
Rickshaw?
No,
Wheelchair. Can somebody wheel Tim into the game tomorrow so he doesn't have to walk?
Daniel Day-Lewis in my left foot. even not while filming, he would stay in that chair, much to the chagrin of the crew who had to carry him around.
I feel like that's a true method actor.
He broke ribs sitting in that position for so long.
Shrewsbury is on hold, Doug. That's the Shrewsbury. Is that the Shrewsbury Seminary student?
There's two of them. I don't know.
I know. I can't keep track. Good morning, Shrewsbury.
Hold on. I'm putting my headphones on. Are you guys there?
We were here, but you're not ready.
Are you eating?
Did you guys ask if there's two Shrewsbury's? There's not. Who said there's two Shrewsbury's? Did you say that, Doug?
There's a butter squirrel and there's something, a butt sniffer or something. I forget who the other one is.
Cut that off.
What? What?
Well, what do you go by? You're not the. Are you the butter squirrel or the seminary student?
Seminary student.
Okay.
Get it straight, bro.
All right. Sorry, bro.
Jeez.
And I think I've established myself as Shrewsbury. I know I'm not like a Mount Rushmore caller. I know that, okay? But, like, I'm on the periphery. I'm in the top 10, I think.
I agree with that.
Okay.
No question.
Yeah, probably so.
Self-appointed, yeah.
Were you guys giving away Blues tickets? Somebody said you guys were giving away Blues tickets. Doug, do you have tickets to the Blues games that I can use?
I don't. No, I do not. Mm-mm.
Can you get some? If I private message you, do you have anybody who can get tickets for me?
No, I don't. I don't have that kind of contact. No. Sorry, you think you can just call and we'll give you tickets?
I do. I don't really follow. I'm kind of like Jackson. I don't really follow the Blues until about when do the playoffs start? Late April.
Something like that.
I follow them around then.
Okay.
But I like the new uniforms. I want to go see the new uniforms.
All right. And buying a ticket yourself is out of the question?
No, I want to get tickets given to me.
Okay. Right. Yeah, we all do.
Hey, I didn't listen back when you guys were talking about 30A. And if it's not, do you guys remember that? I vaguely remember there was some stuff about 30A. And if it's
not today, you're talking weeks or months ago?
Like months ago, maybe even a couple of years.
Oh, a couple of years ago. Okay.
But I'm going there next week, and can somebody tell me, is it cool? I mean, I've been, but why? Is it Hoosier or not? Is it what's the designation?
I don't think it's that Hoosier. I think it's a lot of families riding bikes around.
Yeah. Parts of it are very, very nice. Now, it's not it's not Naples or Jupiter or Palm Beach, but it's very nice.
So I have a family member who lives there, so should I tell him this isn't Naples or Palm Beach?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And maybe they can get you free Blues tickets.
Yeah, I really thought somebody said you guys were like giving away tickets or something, or that
No,
Doug
sir.
had tickets.
Mm-mm. Nope. Not today.
Is that why you called, Shrewsbury?
Yeah, I've been getting a bunch of emails about that. There's tickets going around. I don't know. Maybe
people are emailing you about this.
It could be this Blues and Brews.
Oh yeah, that's
thing
tonight.
that's going on tonight at the brewery. It's kind of a street party for the Blues, and I think there was some contest at the station.
Hey, Doug, I'm getting a call right now. I got to go.
Okay, sorry to bother you, son of a sack ass. It's unusual for one of our calls to go that way.
He had shades
I think
of
I finally
Adam.
hit on what he was talking about.
You were trying to help him out.
Yes.
And then he got a call.
Didn't his voice sound like Adam? Caller Adam. Kind of cadence that Caller Adam has.
A little bit. The phone lines often make callers sound like something they may not be. Porta potty guy, what have you.
Everybody sounds like the porta potty.
Porta potty guy. Guys, listening to the show reminds me of staring down the school nurse's shirt as she puts a Band-Aid on a boo-boo. Even though she's a 4 at best, I'll do it again tomorrow, but really won't enjoy it. That's from Doug's Beefy Cheeks.
Okay, Beefy Cheeks.
Now the phone line.
They're
I think
poison.
that set the bar.
They let him on?
Yes.
Everything's just wet.
Oh, Sonny Gray.
Starting tonight against the Miz.
That's right. They hit him a little bit last week.
No.
Yes, Chairman.
Buzz.
Oh, call him Buzz.
No.
He was the one who offered me a round of golf, but he insisted a putting mat in his bedroom, and isn't it in Wentzville? I don't know if that's worth it. I don't know. We'll see.
Some
Yes,
putting
Buzz.
mats are pretty nice.
Hey guys, yeah. I just want to offer Tim things.
Such as?
Well, golf. I have a putting mat next to my bed. My bed doesn't have a headboard or anything. It's just kind of on the floor, kind of like Southeast Asia.
Aren't you married?
Yeah, our Saint Bernard broke the bed in the middle of the night. It was a bad. So now we're just sleeping on the floor, like But it does have a putting mat, Tim. So you're welcome to come over.
Oh, that's nice.
Sounds like a dorm.
Yeah, I mean, now I at least have something to consider.
Well, the bed's sort of a hazard that you have to work around.
Seriously.
And the best part, it's in Wentzville, so I know you love traveling out here, Tim. So
Well, to get you halfway to Mizzou.
I might as well just spend the night with you, Buzz.
yeah, and I have a 2003 maroon Saturn Ion. You could have. It's not a private jet, but it's close,
That
and
might
you
as
can
well
drive
be.
it up to. And I lost my virginity in it, and if you smell hard enough, you can still smell it.
Oh.
Well, Doug, again, it's so nice to have offers coming in.
I don't know. These phone lines are poison.
Leather seats?
No, it's but it has the roll up windows and stuff.
Like the
But
cranks?
Roll up windows.
I did have a question. If you guys are taking questions,
Real quick.
okay. How are people making money? Have you ever been on the internet or TikTok at 12 in the afternoon, and there's these men who are paying these women to eat crayons with their butt?
Oh.
And I just don't understand where the money's coming from. Do they work?
Why would you ask us? How would we know that question?
I just don't understand.
All right, Buzz.
What do you mean crayons?
They're just putting things in holes. And
Okay, pot him down. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, pot him down.
I was kind of curious to see where that went.
Buzz just got himself suspended a period of 2
What kind
days'
of tariff
time.
are you going to do now?
And the tariff is a 50% tariff.
Wow.
50%. He won't like that.
St. Louis is now hitting Wentzville with tariffs. That's what I took from that.
Doesn't feel very good, I'm sure.
I was kind of waiting for Uncle Doug to pull the plug on that one.
He was intrigued by the putting mat next to the bed with no...
Yeah, I thought we were going somewhere.
Now that he's suspended, is Tim still allowed to go golf?
Yeah, how do I handle that now?
Well, he's suspended from this show. If you want to go over there and take your chances, I guess you can.
Looks like we got an offer to go to Forest Hills today, Jackson.
I like there.
Ooh, I like that.
Last time I shot there, I shot 100.
You did?
Wow.
How long ago was that?
Was that a humble brag?
10 years ago.
No.
About 10 years ago. It was
That's when
really...
you decided to play in a competition and you got in your head a little
It was
bit.
a junior PGA event, and it was 100 degrees outside. I wore pants because I listened to this program, and I subscribed to Pants Shave 3 Strokes Off Your Game.
I agree with that.
And then it was so hot, I shot the temperature, 101, and I drove home pantsless.
Oh,
Flip
you
that
took
off.
the pants
It was
off?
so hot. So hot.
And you're just in your U-Trowel for the drive home?
Yes.
Nobody does that.
I was so hot.
Suck it up.
Yeah.
Didn't you have air conditioning in your car?
Not good. Not good air conditioning. It was tough. This is a side of me you don't see often, you know?
So you
This isn't the moneyed side.
You took the pants off once you got into the car and then undressed there?
That's correct.
You didn't do it outside the car at the country club?
I did not.
Oh, at what point did you put them back on?
Nice question.
When I returned home. I probably got right in the shower.
How far you hit your driver, Jackson? 175?
Driver, I hit normal. Like, carry it probably 250, 260.
That's legit.
I mean, yeah, that's about what I would say on average. Yeah, 250 probably carrying it. A little less, maybe.
So I'd buy stock in this guy's game.
But then, of course, the irons don't go far at all.
Yeah, and that's a weight club face issue.
Could it be the
doubt.
clubs?
No.
No, it's not.
Is that ETAL? Is it separated by a space? ET-ATAL.
Yes.
Which part?
Well, someday you may make money playing golf, and if you do, I hope you do your taxes.
Yeah,
if
Mark
you don't do
Milton.
the taxes, Mark Milton is the name you're going to need to know. If you've got unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, that kind of thing bothering you, or heaven forbid you're facing IRS criminal investigation, we've got an attorney for you that you need to know. His name, of course, is Mark Milton, and he is at stltaxlawyer.com. He's not just another lawyer. He once won the Department of Justice Outstanding Trial Attorney Award when he worked for the DOJ in Washington and represented the IRS in tax cases around the country. So Mark Milton is one of the very best in the country at what he does, and now he lives right here in the St. Louis area helping people with their tax problems. If you have any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Today you'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. I like him so much he does my taxes. I can't do it, Mark. What was that? Remember that was an attempt at
Mike Kelly.
Mike Kelly.
Oh, my God.
It was bad.
What happened here?
I like him so much. I can't do it. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There you go.
Thank you, Doug.
That's better.
I think Milty's going to call and say, did you really put me in with Shruzy and Buzz? The same segment. That'd be a great late night show. Shruzy and Buzz.
Shruzy and Buzz.
Put them
Roger.
together.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com is where you can email in on this segment full of callers. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming up. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Boy, there are a lot of offers coming in, Jackson.
Really?
Any legit?
Harrison's brother Master, would you play golf with him?
Gosh.
Sure. Oh, really?
Bury the hatchet.
Yeah, I would.
You could just talk S on me the whole time.
He wants us to play at Winghaven.
I've never played out there.
Wow, things are happening.
That'd be
Cletus is texting about playing at Gateway.
Nice.
I haven't played Gateway all year.
I haven't played there all year either.
Doug, maybe we go on and get there. You want to do it?
Okay.
You want a ball strike?
It's a
Doug, I
dangerous.
guess we're not invited.
It's not. That's what I'm saying. You guys want a
texture.
ball strike? Martin, I haven't played with you in like 20 years.
You got mad because Tom Ackerman and I were doing a Mike Kelly imitation.
I don't like that accusation.
We were at
it's just
Norwood.
not my brand.
I swear you got mad because we were on the side of the tee, and Ackerman and I were just going back and forth talking like Mike Kelly, and you looked over like, oh, come on, I'm trying to hit here. I'm telling you,
It's just not the brand. I fancy myself as the laid-back player. Unless I'm playing like crap, then I'm irritated with myself.
Maybe it was a misread.
Jackson was my partner in an event, his member guest last year.
Yeah.
And I was playing poorly, and I got irritated. Then finally, somebody gambled with me, and magically, I started playing better.
So what do we got right now?
That's when you got a problem.
Just dangle that carrot.
Forest Hills, you got Winghaven, you got Gateway. Now, is Mike Lee the caddy? You might want to consider.
Cletus says it's just him right now.
Caller Buzz's putting mat by his bed on the floor.
Going. Yep.
He sent a picture of that.
That's the backup.
He described it pretty well, too.
Buzz offer.
Bed on the floor with
How's
his
the
buddy mat.
What's the is it hardwood floors in that
Carpeting.
picture? Yeah.
Because like hard would be like a fast green, right?
You'd think.
You got a fan in there.
Gateway. Now, I'm going to
Laundry
put some
on the-
asterisks here because you got Winghaven. You got Harrison's brother.
I'd actually like to meet Harrison's brother. I'd like to see the dynamic with Jackson and Harrison's brother Master for 18
I'm sure it'd be
Wear
lovely.
a Cairo jersey, please, if you play golf with him.
Maybe you can play.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESP.
Hey, this is Jackson here talking about Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. They're back with TMA because it is National Chicken Month, and guests who visit Lee's 3 times throughout September will receive $5 off their next order of $15 or more. Let me say that again. Throughout the entire month of September, guests will receive $5 off their next order of $15 or more. This offer runs through the end of September 2025 at participating locations. Guests must be part of Lee's Rewards to participate, but they can join anytime during the month and start earning right away. It's really easy to sign up. It's available anywhere where you can get your apps. Super easy to do. And then the food's delicious, man. They got those potato wedges. They're no joke. Not little skimpy little fries. No, these are big old potato wedges that you know and love, as well as the delicious chicken. Lee's Famous Rewards is free to join. Members earn 1 point for every $1 they spend, redeemable for discounts and menu items. Guests can sign up through that Lee's app. Again, really easy to sign up, and then you're eating some delicious chicken and saving money along the way. Lee's Chicken. How much do I love it? I eat there.
Well,
Isn't it beautiful?
The song really brings out the emotion, especially when they talk about the Legion of Cats Army. Oh.
I think it's the tempo. Well, they're not happy in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jake in St. Jen says, I always love when we can't hear the music, but we can just hear a few grunts and moans.
Yeah, the a cappella version isn't great.
You can't play that music even?
Because the Masters theme would be copyrighted.
Like it's all about copyright issues. On YouTube.
It would only be on YouTube. Just it goes out on the podcast, on over the air, but...
Okay.
Big Blonde Dan says, I love watching them all sway in silence, especially Tim. It's Big Blonde Dan. He's in the Michelob Ultra.
That's why I try to throw in the acoustic session stuff every once in a while, because that can be played. I try to. Tina E.
Doug, you asked the Colonel about the Missouri kicker situation and the concerns. Boy, I hope that doesn't play into tomorrow's festivities. Oh, God. Urban Meyer with, I think it was Urban Meyer, right? Take a listen to this. This is Urban Meyer on his, what does he do, a podcast with Mark Ingram?
Yeah, Triple Option.
Doug, it's called Triple Option. Take a listen to this, what he had to say about the importance of the kicking game in college football.
Tennessee, Georgia, Notre Dame, A&M, and Clemson, Georgia Tech had one thing in common. Every game came down to that field goal team. I actually got in arguments with coaches along the road because I became the special teams nut job. We used to practice Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and a lot of guys say, why are we doing field goal every day? And I was like, guys, listen now. You work on that once a week, and you're going to let the players play 69 and a half minutes, and then you jog that team out there and they screw it up. So, I mean, it's amazing.
Coach, they say 3 things have to go right for you when you kick a field goal. Snap, hold, and a kick. So the more you practice the operation, the more confident you are in it when you have to go out there and hit the game winner.
Okay, that's kind of obvious here at the end.
Well, the snap, the hold, the kick. Those are the 3 items.
Kidding.
So he was saying, Urban Meyer, he put a lot of effort into it.
Yeah, and his other coaches would hate that they would spend as much time as they would on the field goal kicking unit. But he does make that observation. If you do think back to 6 days ago, Tennessee, Georgia, Tennessee should be undefeated. Georgia should have a loss. That was not like a 60-yarder that Tennessee kicker was attempting. And also, they kind of messed around timing-wise. And we had that email from the parent of the kicker who was in some of those camps. I didn't know. Did you guys know about that, Martin? I don't know if you were in when I read that email.
I heard it. Onboarding piped it in.
Okay. That there are these camps for kickers who have legitimate potential. And he said it really is like golf in the sense that it's so mental. Like those guys can kick those things probably from 60-plus yards out, oftentimes without an issue, but then you put 70,000 people or more around and everything's on the line. And the key is to be able to have the same breathing pattern and the same angle of approach and when you strike the ball. So that's what separates the men from the boys when it comes to kicking. And I think the belief is Robbie Meyer will get there, but how will he handle it when the time comes? And it actually matters, and it's not a chip shot, and it's a 45 to 55 yarder that may determine who leads in a game late or wins a game, and that's certainly something that Missouri fans are observing with anxiety.
I enjoyed the letter because it wasn't one of those, they didn't recruit my son at the heart of it.
No.
It didn't have that kind of, it was just more explaining the process. For very few of us know about high school kickers, where they go.
And then with NIL, and the roster expand, there's so much room that he goes, I'm just really surprised that Missouri doesn't have anybody other than a true freshman as a backup kicker. He goes, I would tell you that is most likely a miss because these schools, and then he listed a few, have backup kickers who at least have a year of experience.
Probably hard to get a good one, though, I would think. If a guy thinks he's good enough to play somewhere, he's probably going to go and kick somewhere rather than be somebody else's backup. Because how often are kickers hurt, really? It's pretty unusual.
Yeah. But you can have one get cold, and if memory serves, is it Brett Aubrey? Who's the guy?
Brandon.
Okay.
By the way, randomly, born in St. Louis.
Wow, that is
the
random.
Kicker for the
Cowboys kicker who has this odd motion, but he bombs it.
Soccer guy, was in the USFL.
Was he in software engineering before?
He's got a really weird
accounting
path to the NFL. 64-yarder to tie it. And then in the game, he kicked like a 51, a 44, a 46.
I mean, he really is something else. But the kicker for Texas last year, I feel like it's a similar name, and I know he's transferred since. In the playoff game against Arizona State was having issues. I believe it was against Arizona State. Might have been against Clemson. Anyway, they also have the net, not just for injury, but if he kind of gets the yips, if he's not in form, that they can have somebody back there. And at this point, now they don't have themselves a true freshman because the thought process is you kind of got to get some battle wounds. And,
I saw that Harrison Mevis will be banging on Big Mo, the drum, before
is
the
that
game.
right?
Yeah, back in town.
Kicker, kicker.
I wonder if they could sneak him into a uniform and
That
say,
would be
this is Bob Smith. that
Yeah,
we-
Bobby Smith,
we
freshman.
Just bring it up. Yep. Student.
Over in the
walked
dorms.
on,
Yeah.
walk on.
A little heavier, but
he looks 50, but pay
He's
no
from
attention
Dexter.
to that.
You probably didn't hear of him. I think Brady Cook's the backup this week. Is that right? Is it just Fields is out?
Fields is
the
out.
Jets, yeah.
Oh, is he really? He might play this
I
week?
think he'd be the
I
backup.
think Drank alluded to something like that on Tiger Talk.
Did he really?
Good for
I
him.
think.
I'm glad to see him get a shot.
Amen. Yeah, it's quite a story. Get involved. Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here on the program. We had it wound up being a really good conversation with Matt Holliday on the work stoppage, and his big thing. He doesn't sound like he's adamant against a salary cap. I hope he wouldn't have a problem with me saying that. I feel like if you're going to do a salary cap, though, this is Holliday's perspective, then you have to have a floor because teams really aren't trying. Well, I don't know where this came from, but this was just in my TikTok feed. Mookie Betts and Nick Castellanos talking about it. And
Like together?
Together. I don't know. I mean,
Mookie does a podcast.
So this is recent?
Yeah, I believe.
Okay,
Maybe,
all right.
maybe not. That might not be the case.
All right. Well, either way, it's still relevant to the conversation that we have with Holliday. You want to hear this. Mookie Betts and Nick Castellanos coming up here on TMA. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years, and Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. You can go online right now and get 3 free samples from Proximity Mills. Go online at igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring at igotfloored.com. His passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard in compensation. That's incredible compensation in this industry. $7 a square yard. If you're interested in that, go to igotfloored.com. Just come in or talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There is a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families that buy the product from Michael's Flooring. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Darden Prairie, and they're in St. Peters. Check them out online at igotfloored.com. music theme here. Grumble, 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 passive aggressively. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Martin Kilcoyne says, you know what? No more onboarding for me.
Well, I didn't say that. I felt that Holiday pointed out yesterday, had to tend to things.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, so I was like, so I had 40, I think it was 15 after, so I had 45 I walk, okay? Because then we're even, right?
Yeah, and then you've caught up.
Totally even.
I got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. Email in for it. Here is the conversation between Mookie Betts and Nick Castellanos. I saw it this morning.
It was definitely posted today,
Okay.
today or yesterday. Now, when the podcast actually happened, we don't quite know yet.
Matt Holliday will love this. See what Cardinal fans think. Take a listen.
How many organizations do you think are all in on winning, where money is just...
I'd say probably 4 or 5, maybe.
Dodgers, Phillies,
Yankees,
Mets?
Yep, the Mets.
Giants?
Maybe. You can argue with it.
But now let's say, like, because the owner is setting the precedent on how important it is to win, the pressure is obviously higher to be able to perform and deliver, which at the end of the day is something that is extremely hard to do. Winning is not easy.
When I think about pressure, it's like it's a privilege in the sense that not everybody gets the opportunity to have to play for something all the time. And it's hard to have to play for something all the time. It's easy to go out there and not really care about wins and losses, and you care about your numbers and whatnot, but you're just kind of playing baseball, right? It's hard to go out there and like have to win all the time. To put the jersey on and know that the fans are going to be up your ass, your teammates, the front office, like everybody is fully invested on winning this game today. Very few people can say that. Fortunately for me, I've been in 2 organizations that I don't know any different. When I was in Boston, it was more like pressure because I was so scared to not play well.
Well, you're being young. It's the same thing as when I was with Detroit.
Exactly. So you're scared to not play well because the outside perception, right? And then
also the chance of getting sent down.
You want to make your money. Like, there's a lot of things that kind of go into playing. It's a beautiful thing, something that you definitely have to embrace.
It's a heavy thing.
Mookie Betts, Nick Castellanos on their podcast, or Mookie Betts' podcast. They say 4 teams are all in to win, and maybe they include the Giants in there.
I appreciate professional players currently in the game naming the teams that do care.
They probably forgot Toronto. They've got a $253 million payroll.
Yeah, that's kind of a little sneaker. When I was going through the payrolls with Holiday yesterday, I'm like, yeah, I don't think too many people would have named them as a top 5 payroll.
I see the Dodgers this year, $348 million. Cardinals are $130. Miami, $66.
Wow. Betts just clearly communicated exactly what the Cardinals front office refused to acknowledge. That's from Yasiel the Boy Puig.
Okay. Well, so I think everyone knows this. The question is, what do you do about it? Can you do anything?
And when Holiday talks about it, or really most players, former players talk about it, you always hear that level of distrust when they talk about, okay, fine, you want to do a cap? Okay. Make sure you spend. You got to have the floor. And then I think they don't trust the bookkeeping either when they talk about the numbers.
Yes.
I just don't think they can get past that level of distrust.
What would be fair numbers if you got one team like the Dodgers spending almost $350 million this year and Miami at $66 million? What would be fair ceilings and floors?
My honest answer to it is a very fair question, and one that I kind of wonder myself is I really don't know.
Because it depends on the revenue of these bottom teams, right?
I don't know, but I really do think part of the model for some owners is we're just going to take the luxury tax distribution, and we're going to have a profit, and we don't care if we win. We don't have an obligation to try to win. So I'll go, Doug, 130 and 225.
Okay.
And that is me 100% speculating.
Right.
What do you think? You see anything that stands out?
That would be a major increase for some of these bottom feeders.
Yeah, well,
major
F off, because I think I really do think that's kind of the model. So I do think that what Holiday is presenting, I liked that conversation because it wasn't just a salary cap, no. He gave his reasoning. Some of the things, he called Houston a small market team. That upset some people, but people pushed back on that. I guess would be a good way to say it when he said that. People were texting about it. But he said, but you also have to have a floor. If you're going to negotiate, you can't just take. So players would be happy if there was a floor. And I think fans would probably be happy if there was a floor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I would think players, not the star players who want the absolute top dollar, but I think a lot of players would be like, oh, great. Pittsburgh just made a huge offer.
Yes, it's
relative
better
term. If you're like a fringe star, you all of a sudden get some offers you weren't going to get before.
I wonder if they put in a floor, if that might lead to lawsuits from some of these teams saying, wait a minute, how can you tell me I have to spend X amount of money if I don't have that much coming in?
Right, that's where it's tricky to determine. You'd have to find out with each team, what are they bringing in? Because you could bankrupt a team. All right, you must spend $150 million. And they say, well, we're going to lose money. There have to be maybe even a period where you transition it in.
Well, the NBA has a salary floor that's set at 90% of the cap. The NFL has a hard salary floor requiring teams to spend a minimum percentage of the salary cap. And the NHL also has a salary cap and a corresponding floor with a set floor amount. Major League Baseball has it.
So I guess you can get away with it.
Nor the floor. Now, I'm sure people with regard to the NFL would go, well, they have the television revenue share, which is certainly a big reason why a franchise in a market as small as Green Bay can go out and bring in what I think most people would agree is the most impactful defensive player and sign him to a long-term extension and have him reside in freezing cold Wisconsin during November, December, and January. That would not be an option in baseball.
And sharing local revenues, broadcasting revenues, that would be a tough thing to convince of teams as well.
I wouldn't imagine the Dodgers would be interested in sharing.
Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, they'd say, up yours, bub. That's what they'd say.
So that would be the memo?
I think so, yeah. But that would equal it all out.
But it might be the first couple of years. There's still a little bit of luxury tax, and that kind of helps those teams as they transition into meeting the floor. But they would also eventually, you would think, if you were attempting to be competitive, you might increase your revenue. You might have more people going to games. I mean, I would love to look in Pittsburgh. What is the attendance when Paul Skeens pitches versus when he doesn't? Because if you keep a guy like that around, people are going to be more excited about your team. You already know he's going to end up on the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Mets. It's just predetermined. If I were a Pirates fan, why would I go to a game? Whoever's great is going to be gone.
Sharing all of the local broadcast revenues might be the only way to actually make it as equal as the NFL. Tell every team, you just go and get as much as you can for your local rights. We're going to put it in one giant pool and split it up 30 ways. That would even it out. I'm not saying it'll ever happen, but that would certainly even it out.
I got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. Martin, you said 10:45 is your cutoff. Now you're even.
All right, for voting purposes.
Oh, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today with Martin Kilcoyne is coming up next. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals, Brewers tonight, 7:15, first pitch with Sonny Gray taking the mound for your Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
What a treat we have here in our 10 o'clock hour on the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Croup. And Martin said he knows the emails are going to be so good, he's going to stick around for them.
Well, this hour kicked off with Shruzy and Buzz.
Yeah. A lot of momentum.
I just felt like it could only get better.
So we'll have the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. The boys, BK and Ferrario. Doug was just talking with little Jackie Papers and said they may have Jordan Kyrou or Logan Mayu right out of the gate.
Right.
Jackson said, well, who are they?
No.
Jackson, I said, well, fine, but we've got email today.
Yeah, exactly. Back and forth the producers go. So that'll be coming up at the top of the hour here on 101 ESPN as they are out at Centene. I recommend you go out to Baldwin, Manchester specifically, and then you see Dr. Brandon Pryor, who built brand new offices with the most modern technology at 100 West Dental, one of the very few dental offices that offer virtual consultations with the doctor. No phone calls needed to get into 100 West Dental. Just go to 100westdental.com. Check the calendar online for availability and book right then and right there. It's 100 West Dental. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. And they have a huge offer going on that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com. 100westdental.com. All right, boys, got a little warning here. Because the chairman is doing a sound story right now, we've got a bunch of emails. He usually filters them.
Mm-hmm. I'll filter them while you read the first couple.
All right, then I'm only going to read in the filtered.
Yeah, I'll filter them as we go here.
Do you have a different filtering system, Hochi Papers?
No.
There's a handbook for email filtering, and it's uniform?
Yeah, one could say that I taught the chairman how to filter, so... Well, I mean, one could
wax
say that
on,
is what
wax
happened.
off over here.
Yeah, Mr. Miyagi.
Wow.
Is that Pat Morita, Doug?
I believe it was.
And then he had the diner.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Yeah. I was a cab driver in Honeymoon in Vegas. Have you done a Honeymoon in Vegas movie, boy, yet?
Not yet. Probably for Vegas week.
Oh, when I'm in Vegas next week?
No, but I assume I'll do a Vegas week at some point.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Jackson just stared you down, Martin.
Why wouldn't you?
He just stared you down like Phil
Did I
Ivey.
get mean mug?
Yeah, you did. Well, if you're watching on YouTube, you catch some things that the listeners just can't. Time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. I've been going nowhere fast, so I'm switching things up, going old school. Gonna G-E?
Gonna gee
to me the Ida McKinley cut. That's from Midge.
What kind of email was that?
Next.
Midge. Well, I didn't get it.
I'm disgusted. Disgusted with myself. I didn't start my email yesterday complimenting Tim. I chose the shortcut, which is always the longest road. So Tim is not only intelligent, he is also extremely handsome. Max Palmer was 8'2". He played the man ape in the cult classic Killer Ape. Max wrestled from the great state of Arnold, Missouri. Max's adoptive son was Hall of Fame pitcher Jim Palmer. Is all this true?
No, I don't believe it is.
Nice show prep, nincompoops. I didn't mean that. I'm just still mad at myself. You know, you talk about history repeating itself. I got kicked out of Cobbler Technical School for taking the shortcut. I knew I had used the wrong stitching on my class project, so I started to give teacher Mikey the friendly handshake. The quick result ruined everybody else's displays. A name that cannot be said on radio.
That's the emailer's name? A name that cannot be said on radio?
I'm not sure. I don't know. It was never... There's a period after that, and that's not like when you sign your name, Doug Vaughn, do you put a period after it?
Not usually, no.
So I don't know. I don't know if the person's...
Do we have any good emails today?
Jackson, you're filtering.
Good is subjective, obviously.
It was so nice to hear this festival on air again. I had to try and get some sleep in the past few days to prepare for a job interview. I can't give too many details, but I'll be helping projects that can handle 500-pound fats of Jefferson County. I managed to get my tickets to the Blues and Brews. I'm looking forward to the event. I was concerned at first because Ticketmaster was telling me I had suspicious browser behavior when trying to access them. I wish that site was less judgmental. If I want to look at the Real House Husbands of Wentzville calendar or generate AI photos of Doug in a one-piece swimsuit, then that's my business. Tim is still the perfect short king. That's from Dirk 3K.
Gosh, these are awful. Dirt 3K? Dirk.
Next.
Okay.
Picture this, Doug. You and me getting rowdy backstage at Monster Jam this weekend. Couple Diet RC Colas, 80% of Jefferson County there at the People's Dome with us. Not a soy boy in sight. Shirts on, maybe, maybe not. After the show, we grab a strawberry ice cream and head back to my place for some harsing around. You like that term, harsing around?
I don't mind it, I guess.
The dream can become reality. I've got pit passes. Hit me up. That's from Doug's Oil Boy.
Doug's Oil Boy.
You ever take a look-see there at your YouTube chat?
Me? No.
It's an electric factory.
Oh.
Some sports today, some talk of restaurants, some back and forth about nostalgic movies, and then boom, out of nowhere. Mid-sentence between Jeremy Irons' hot takes, Stalin enters the chat like a new podcast guest you're lining up, except instead of some guy dialing in from the armpit of Alton, it's middle-aged dads at their office desk spitballing, what if Stalin's wife called him Joey? And suddenly it's TMA YouTube chat canon. Joey Stalin, a man with blood on his hands and a pet name in his heart. But one guy bets a kidney that Stalin never went by Joey. Like there's a DraftKings prop bet on whether the Gulag had a Joey Rec League softball team. And another guy pictures Stalin in a Vienna dive bar, sipping a Pilsner, greeting the boys with, hey, Joey! Like Stalin's not orchestrating purges, he's just the fifth member of the Rat Pack. And then it snowballs. Joey Diffie, Joey Ramone, Joey Stalin, the Lost Ramone brother who traded leather jackets for show trials. A mythology forming in real time by 220 uninteresting men who should be answering emails.
Is this the same email? It's the same one?
Yes, it is. Who should be answering emails but are instead creating the Stalin expanded universe. It's from Riot's dad. You all seen these guys drinking frozen coffee drinks at school drop-off? Wowzers. Doug, that's Riot's dad.
Riot's dad.
And that is what I see in the filtered file of the design. Martin, aren't you glad you stuck around?
Not really. Wow.
Riot's dad is your leader so far in the month of September.
Well, the others were just dreadful. So I'm going to have to go with Riot's dad, I guess. That's who I'll vote for, Riot's dad.
I'll go Doug's Oil Boy.
Oh, well, you like the name, don't you?
I like Dirk 3K.
Oh, my God. I've never been put to the test like this. Whew. I think I'm going to go with Doug's Oil Boy, and so much of it had to do with...
Dang, never, Lucas!
That's who you picked.
Harsing around.
Oh, that was it, harsing around.
And it was succinct.
Yeah.
Kind of had a little bit of fun, and it just got in and got out.
Yeah.
And it's Doug's Oil Boy.
Yeah. So you going to go down to the Dome?
Will the Oil Boy be there?
Strawberry ice cream.
Yeah.
Oh, I do like that.
Mm-hmm.
Doug's Oil Boy. Doug will be getting in touch with you. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario coming up. Might have Jordan Cairo or Logan May right at the beginning of the program, so stick around. For Jackson Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN TMA STL YouTube channel.